Good morning. I'll call the meeting to order for the Board of Supervisors for October 7th, 2025. Welcome to the meeting and thank you for being here today. We're going to start with a moment of silence for the staff of the Reach Air Medical Helicopter that crashed last night on Highway 50 in Sacramento, and have thoughts for the staff that were taken to the hospital from that incident. Next, we'll move on to the moment of silence. Thank you. And Trevor, Mako, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any extra items that are not appearing on the agenda today?
There are no extra items.
Thank you. Move on to the approval of the consent agenda. Do we have any board members that wish to pull any items from the consent agenda this morning? Hearing none. Any members of the public? You have one?
Oops, yeah. Which one was it? Just one moment. It was the cannabis, I believe.
It wasn't on the.
That's not consent. No.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, never mind. Thank you.
No items requested pulled by board members or the public. Any further public input? Nothing in the chamber, no hands in Zoom. Be ready to take a motion.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the consent agenda as proposed.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? A motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to our timed items. And at this time, we can call for any public input. If we have anybody in the chamber, we'll start with that. If you have public input, come forward. Please state your name and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Seeing nothing in the chamber, are there any hands in Zoom? Sterling, if you can go ahead and unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Okay. Good morning, board. I see that you guys have the Sonoma Clean Power back on the agenda for 3 o'clock today. So Lake County is not like any other county in California. We sit directly above Clear Lake.
Sterling?
Field. Hello?
Yes, that item's on the agenda, so I'm going to ask that you provide comment about it at the 3 o'clock timed item.
Okay. Since I'm on here, can you guys look at your emails? I did send you a couple pieces of paper that I would like you to look at prior.
Yes, we will check
to
that,
3
but you'll
o'clock.
have to discuss the item at 3 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further hands? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to our 903 item, which is Pet of the Week.
It's your turn. Oh, man.
Good morning. Officer Palaio with Lake County, with Lake County Animal Control. Today we have Nani. She is a 4-month-old Shepherd Border Collie mix. She was actually found on the side of the highway next to Lucerne. The rescuer actually got bit in the process of rescuing her. So she did start out her life, unfortunately, on a bite quarantine. But she is very friendly. She was just scared when the whole incident happened. She is ready to go to a forever home. She's very energetic, as you guys could tell. But yeah, she's 4 months old. She's ready to go home. Female, she'll be spayed before she goes home. And if you guys have any questions or have any interest in her, her name is Nani, Kennel 20, and she'll be available at 4949 Hellbush Drive in Lakeport. And a good phone number in case you do have any questions is 707-263-0279. Say bye. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next, we'll move on to our 905 6.3 item, which is presentation of proclamation recognizing September 15th through October 15th, 2025 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Lake County. And we're going to start with Supervisor Owen reading that proclamation in English, and then we'll have a Spanish version after that.
Does the other person want to
Yeah.
come up with
Yes.
the-
Deanna.
If, and Diana's going to come up? Yes. And anyone that's here for that proclamation is welcome to come up with Supervisor Owen and Diana Rico.
Anybody else? Okay. The Board of Supervisors, Lake County, California, recognizes September 15th through October 15th, 2025 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Lake County. Whereas Lake County wishes to celebrate the accomplishments of Hispanic Americans who helped shape our country. We are grateful for the many contributions Hispanic Americans, men and women, make in our community and the vibrance they weave into our local culture. And whereas Lake County believes that the diversity we are strengthened by the beliefs through the culture and experiences all Hispanic Americans who live in our country have and continue to enrich our classrooms, our neighborhoods, and our places of work. And whereas from Americans' earliest days, Hispanic Americans have played a prominent and important role in the nation's heritage, the Hispanic Americans continue to embody the pioneering spirit of America today, demonstrating a steadfast commitment to faith, family, and hard work. Hispanic Americans lift up our community and our economy as entrepreneurs, executives, and small business owners, and make contributions to the areas such as science, art, music, politics, academic, government, and sports. And whereas this month is a national celebration of the historic culture and contributions of Hispanic Americans that honor the enriched tapestry of history, Hispanic communities, and individuals across the United States and in Lake County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Lake County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims September 15th through October 15th Hispanic Heritage Month in Lake County, passed and adopted this 7th day of October, 2025.
Now I'm going to read it in Spanish. Reconociendo el mes de la herencia hispana en el condado de Lake, considerando que el condado de Lake desea celebrar los logros de los hispanoamericanos que han ayudado a formar nuestro condado. Estamos agradecidos por las numerosas contribuciones que hombres y mujeres hispanoamericanos hacen a nuestras comunidades y por la vitalidad que aportan a nuestra cultura local. Y considerando que el condado de Lake cree en la diversidad encontramos fortaleza en nuestras creencias, pensamientos, culturas y experiencias. Todos los hispanoamericanos que viven en nuestro condado han enriquecido nuestros salones de clases, vecindarios y lugares de trabajo. Y considerando que desde los primeros días de la historia de Estados Unidos, los hispanoamericanos han desempeñado un papel destacado e importante en nuestro patrimonio nacional y hoy en día continúan personificando el espíritu pionero de América. Al demostrar un compromiso firme con la fe, la familia y el trabajo arduo, los hispanoamericanos fortalecen nuestras comunidades y economía como emprendedores, ejecutivos y propietarios de pequeños negocios y contribuyen en áreas como la ciencia, el arte, la música, la política, el mundo académico, el gobierno y el deporte. Y considerando que este mes es una celebración nacional de la historia, culturas y contribuciones de los hispanoamericanos que honra el rico mosaico de comunidades e individuos hispanos en Estados Unidos y en el condado de Lake. Por lo tanto, se resuelve que la Junta de Supervisores del condado de Lake proclama oficialmente el periodo del 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre del 2025 como el mes de la herencia hispana en el condado de Lake, aprobado y adoptado este 7 de octubre de 2025.
We're going to take comments first. Anything from the board? Go ahead.
I mean, very similar comment to last time when we were celebrating Native American Day. Any day that we get to celebrate our diversity, I think is a good thing to acknowledge and recognize. Our population is ever changing, and we're seeing a growing population of Latinos in our community. And I think that understanding one another and celebrating one another is important. So thank you very much for having this proclamation today.
Anything further? Thank you. And Sam, we'll go ahead and first open it up to the public. Is there any public comment? Anything in the room? Seeing none. Anything online? No hands in Zoom. We can take a picture, Sam? Oh, very nice. Yay. Okay, great. Okay, ready? Okay, here we go. One more. Terrific. Thank you so much. Next, we'll move on to our 6.4910 item, which is presentation of proclamation designating the month of October 2025 as Head Start Awareness in Lake County, and Supervisor Pyska is going to lead this presentation. Anyone here for Head Start is welcome to come up.
Head Start, NCO, E-Center. Anyone else who wants to come up for this proclamation? First five.
Lake family and first five.
Yeah. All right, Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California proclamation designating the month of October 2025 as Head Start Awareness Month in Lake County. Whereas Head Start was part of the War on Poverty, launched in 1964. However, Head Start officially began in 1965 and is nationally, federally funded early childhood development program that serves children and families and whose purpose is to help children achieve their full potential. And whereas Head Start provides comprehensive health, nutritional, educational, social services, family and community development, and meaningful parent involvement. And whereas Head Start focuses on children's language development, early literacy, social skills, and providing their parents with the skills in becoming their child's first and best teacher. Whereas Head Start is committed to the development of each child and provides preventative and early intervention services to children and families regardless of their economic status. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Lake County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 as Head Start Awareness Month. Be it further resolved, the Lake County Board of Supervisors recognizes that the needs of children and families in Lake County must become a top priority for the future decision makers by investing financial resources and talent in the support of health, mental health, educational disabilities, early childhood education, child abuse and neglect, and family trauma-sensitive care. Be it further resolved, the Lake County Board of Supervisors encourages all parents of preschool-aged children to participate in literacy activities, such as reading a book with your child, attending a play with your child, and going to the library with your child during the month of October. Passed and adopted this 7th day of October 2025, signed by the Vice Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Rasmussen. We have quite a variety of Head Start programs in our county, championed by several agencies. We have NCO, North Coast Opportunities, which our board is a part of, and I sit on that board as well. But I want to pass the microphone off to let all of you talk about, or whoever would like to talk about, the programs that you run and who you impact.
Good morning, and thank you again for this. It really means a lot. I'm Raj Samra, and I'm here from eCenter. We run and operate the Lake County Migrant Head Start program, and our services are April through November. And again, thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Yes, it's me. So on behalf of Lake Family Resource Center and our Early Head Start program, we are very similar to the other programs. We serve the babies from pregnant moms to 3 years old, and we're working on our new center. Some of you might know that, and we hope to have it reopened again in January. So anyway, thank you, and thank you to the board as well.
Thank you.
Any comments from board members? Supervisor Sabatier?
I'll just state that you have important work. We are in a state and in a nation that has a child care crisis, in the sense that the support to parents are not there at this moment in time, forcing some parents to quit their jobs, not have all the hours that they need in order to make the money they need to pay their bills. And so the work that you do is really important. And I know that we are working on the side. I know First Five is doing so, and I'm sure you're all advocating as well to try our best to expand these services and making sure that they are affordable, and that they are also providing those who are providing the service a living wage as well. So very important work, and I thank you for bringing this proclamation.
And I appreciate the partnerships. As with many things that we have in Lake County, we have strong partnerships from multiple organizations and agencies, and that is appreciated. Joe, is there anyone in the room that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none. Johanna, any online? No. Oh, we have one here, Kim. Mayor Costa from the city of Lakeport, also a county employee with child welfare.
I just wanted to, as a county employee, a manager for Child Protective Services, I just wanted to acknowledge the important work of this group of agencies. They are sort of the line of intervention between a struggling family and the full-on involvement of child welfare services. So the work that families who are willing are able to, when they're able to work with these agencies here, oftentimes their challenges can be met and their situations turned around such that that family does not have to experience further intrusive, what they might feel as intrusive interventions. So thank you so much. Your work is so important. We really rely on you, and we totally respect and appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. And there was nothing online, Johanna. All right, with that, we'll bring Sam up for a picture.
Really? Okay. I can't see, so are you? So let's just take 1 minute just in case. Okay, let's see. I think that's everything. Okay, terrific, thank you.
See you again in a minute.
And next, we'll call our 6.5 915 item, which is presentation of proclamation designating the week of October 5th through 11th, 2025 as National 4-H Week in Lake County. And again, Supervisor Pyska will lead this item. Anyone here for 4-H and with 4-H is welcome to come up with Supervisor Pyska.
Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California proclamation designating the week of October 5th through the 11th, 2025 as National 4-H Week in Lake County. Whereas this year's National 4-H Week theme, Beyond Ready, reminds us that 4-H is building a ready generation in a world of change and equips young people with skills for the future while meeting them where they are today. Whereas 4-H is America's largest youth development program and is in every city and county in the United States, supporting 6 million youth across the country become engaged, successful, and independent. And whereas during the 2025-26 legislative session, the California State Assembly member Cecilia M. Aguiar Curry introduced House Resolution 66, H.R. 66, to honor National 4-H Week. And whereas the 4-H leadership has been over 225 youth and 72 volunteers in its 9 clubs in Lake County, becoming confident, independent, resilient, and compassionate leaders. Whereas 4-H programs are delivered by the Cooperative Extension System, a community of more than 100 public land grant colleges and universities across the nation that provides experience for young people to learn by doing. And whereas California 4-H is led by the University of California Cooperative Extension, the research and outreach arm of the University of California's Division of Agriculture and Natural Resources. And whereas 4-H connects young people and adults to their communities, preparing them for work and life through experimental and inquiry-based learning while providing emergency research for positive youth development. And whereas expanding from its strong agricultural roots, 4-H helps young people explore the world around them and grow into productive adults. And whereas supporting future leaders in science, agriculture, and community leadership is key for the U.S. Department of Agriculture National Institute of Food and Agricultural 4-H programs. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed to the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake does hereby designate October 5th through October 11th, 2025 as National 4-H Week throughout Lake County and encourages all citizens to recognize 4-H for their significant impact they have made and continue to make by empowering youth and the skills they need to lead for a lifetime. Passed and adopted this 7th day of October 25, signed by the Chair of the Board of Supervisors. These girls have been frequent visitors here, so I am going to let Jean speak for a moment, but I want you to introduce yourself, talk about how 4-H brings meaning to your life, the projects that you have been working on, and how many times you've been into our board chambers lately, because I am happy to see these girls growing up into with leadership skills and speaking skills, and for all of you to meet who's coming up pretty quickly. Here you go, Jean.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jean Goulart. I'm the Community Education Specialist for 4-H. Thank you for accepting our stickers today as the second day of our National 4-H. It's Give Out a Clover, so you all received a clover, and we'll be giving these to the board. So I also want to let you know that your Lake County 4-H reaches more than just clubs. We have enrichment courses that we bring to your public schools, our public schools. We're bringing junior master gardeners to all the schools in Lake County that accept our offer to be there. We've just completed with Burns Valley. And also, we have reached out with the probation department and have held an event for the probation children, youth of archery for the summer program. So we're more than just clubs. We're youth getting out there and growing up and becoming leaders. So thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Safira Edwards, and I am a teen leader for Civic and Leadership. We go around and we talk to Pomo School about 4-H and the clubs and the groups and everything that we hold, and how it's a great opportunity for all youth to do. You grow up in a group and it's full of family. You're close with everybody. And it's fun, and it keeps us off the streets and not doing bad stuff. I've been here 3 or 4 times now.
Yeah. And did you win an award this summer?
I did. I had got my presentation awards because I went to state.
Hello everybody, my name is Emmylou Hayes. I've been in Anderson Marsh 4-H for 8 years now. This year I am the running vice president for our Anderson Marsh group. I am in poultry, horse, archery, all sorts of other groups. And I've been here about probably like 6 times. Yeah, I was the very first. Yeah, I was the very first one to come. And 4-H means a lot to me. It keeps me entertained. I get to meet a lot of new people, so it's a lot of fun.
Hey. Hello, my name is Marley Rudy. I have been in 4-H for about 2 years, if I recall. 4-H for us, technically, you would just meet new people, keeps you from doing bad things. You learn a lot of new stuff. And I guess it's just fun for a lot of people to do rather than just sit around and doing bad things.
Which club are you in?
I am in archery and camp. How's that?
Hi, my name is Leah. I've been at 4-H for 3 years, and the groups that I'm in is poultry, our lambs, I forgot what it's called, and 4-H is a really good thing to do, and I don't know much. Did you go to the fair? Yeah, I went to the fair and I sold 2 lambs, and no, it's my second year. No, my 3rd year going to fair, and I've been here 3 or 4 times, I think.
Yeah, you have. You're a regular too.
Nicole, did you want to say anything? Nicole, did you want to say anything?
So you've met our future leaders.
Any comments from board members?
Yes, go ahead first. Okay. Well, I just, make sure it's on. I just can't say enough about the 4-H program. My kids were in it briefly because we had so many other sports too. But it is just an amazing program. The science, the responsibilities, the holding them accountable is huge. They have to take care of the animals. It's not an option. So just, it teaches them so much. And the families that are in it are, it's, what is it, the old saying? It takes a village to raise a child. And that's what you see in 4-H. You see a lot of old values as far as the kids have to do a lot of this stuff. So we're teaching the kids to work at an early age, which is really important. Otherwise, we get kids in their high school years and out of high school that really don't know how to work. So these kids do know how to work. I can't say enough about the program. I actually, last night was the first meeting for Middletown. It's 4-H club. And I had 3 kids at I think I had about 4 or 5 kids at my ranch that I'm like, how come you're not at 4-H? So I'm making phone calls to Karen Jones. Hey, I think I'm sending you some more kids. So one of the things I'd like you guys to mention is how they can sign up. The kids can sign up throughout. The number of programs and what do you call it? They can sign up for. Projects that they can sign up for is astonishing. They can sign up for rocketry. They can sign up for baking. So it's not just animals. There's so many, many things that they can learn about. And I know that a lot of the homeschool kids are using 4-H as part of their science curriculum, which is phenomenal. And the camaraderie and going to the fair for a week, those that want to go, I had a mother come back from that. It was her first year there this year that boards with me at my ranch, and she said, there is no tired like Fair Week tired. But she still had a smile on her face. So, thank you.
Love the program. I think it's a great agricultural apprenticeship program, even though there are other activities that come along with it, but I love what I see. I love that I get to see you guys every single year. I see you growing and developing. This is awesome. I see your skill sets growing in the way that you're speaking on the microphone versus the first time that you were here. It is obvious that the program is a success here and it continues going. I want to thank you for always coming to us and sharing with the audience and with us, but I also want to say thank you to the advisors, because without advisors, it's really difficult to run a program. And I know that we have advisors who have dedicated themselves to making sure that our students have access to these programs, and I'm very thankful for that.
And thank you for your leadership with your peers and within our community, and it is a great program. With that, do we have any comments, any public comment in the room? Anything online? Thank you, Sam. We can do a picture.
So if you're interested, you can call the 4-H office at 707-263-6838. You can talk with me or Jean or Nicole, and we'll help you get your children and your family involved in 4-H. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Nice.
Thank you. Okay, next we will move on to our 6.6, 920 item, which is presentation of proclamation designating the month of October 2025 as Pregnancy and Early Infant Loss Awareness Month in Lake County. And this will again be led by Supervisor Pyska. And anyone here for this is welcome to come up with Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, come on up. Motherwise, thank you, Samantha. Anyone else? Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California proclamation designating the month of October 2025 as Pregnancy and Early Infant Loss Awareness Month in Lake County. Whereas pregnancy and early infant loss is more common than we realize. It is estimated in the United States that 1 in 4 pregnancies ends in miscarriage, and 1 in 175 pregnancies ends in stillbirth, and 5 infants per 1,000 die before their first birthday. And whereas many Lake County parents and families have suffered a miscarriage, a stillbirth, or the death of an infant during pregnancy or during delivery or shortly after birth, and such a terrible loss is often not recognized. Whereas Lake County wishes to acknowledge the profound grief experienced by families who suffer the death of a small child, infant, or preterm baby. And whereas even the shortest lives are still valuable, and the grief of those who mourn the loss of these lives is significant. And whereas the 15th day of October is recognized in the United States and around the world as a day of remembrance and awareness of pregnancy and early infant loss, when Motherwise will host a free community event at 6 p.m. at that ranch in Lakeport for those who have experienced this profound loss. Whereas increased awareness of the causes and impacts surrounding pregnancy and infant loss may lead to greater understanding, support, and resources in communities across Lake County. And whereas recognizing Pregnancy and Early Infant Loss Awareness Month and Remembrance Day would enable the people of Lake County to consider how, as individuals and communities, they can meet the needs of bereaved mothers, fathers, and family members and work to prevent the causes of these deaths. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim October 2025 as Pregnancy and Early Infant Loss Awareness Month in Lake County and encourages parents, caregivers, and all residents to become educated in opportunities to prevent pregnancy and early infant loss and support bereaved families when prevention is not possible. Passed and adopted the 7th day of October 2025, signed by the Chair of Board of Supervisors. This is always a hard one for me, but it's really important. I started doing this the first year that I became a supervisor. My first daughter was stillborn. She died during delivery on her due date. And that was 17 years ago, my daughter Lila. And at that time, there was no community built around this. And this affects so many more people than we realize. And as I've gone through the years, I've met more and more people. I've seen it happen to more and more families. And thank goodness for Motherwise for providing these events where people can come together every October and share this really beautiful event. And I think we have a picture. It's called the Wave of Light. And the Wave of Light happens on October 15th every year. And with each time zone, people light candles. So there's a wave of light that goes around the entire planet on October 15th. So I'm going to pass the microphone off to Mother Wise to talk a little bit more about the event.
Thank you, Supervisor Pieska. I think you've really described it well. It is a beautiful event. It's over at that ranch. It's in the back. They lent us the place. It's a lovely natural setting, and it's well worth anybody who wants to support someone who has lost a child, as Supervisor Pieska and I have done. 49 years ago, I lost my second daughter, Alexis. She lived for 3 days. She lived in a hospital. She never left the hospital. She never saw the day have the sun shine on her face, any of those natural wonders that you and I take for granted on a daily basis. It's because of that pain that I carry today. 49 years later, I still have that pain of that loss, and I'm sure Supervisor Pieska has that same pain. So it's something that we endure. It's something that we carry forward with us. Her loss and her name are the primary factors that motivated me to start and found the Motherwise program, I think about 15 years ago here in the county with the support of First Five. So thank you, and thank you to the board for supporting this resolution. It means a lot to me personally, and I know it means a lot to a lot of people here in the county.
I promise I'm not going to make everybody else cry, but I just want to take a moment to say that you're not alone if you've experienced this. This is a beautiful event. I got the opportunity to go last year, and you'd be surprised at how many families came, how many families were there, and just the amount of support and love that can be shown through it. And I'm going to stop.
Thank you.
Any comments from board members? And thank you for bringing this and bringing the awareness to our county and the work that's being done around it. Do we have anyone in the room who would like to comment? Anyone online? No hands. With that, Sam, we can do a picture. Next, we'll move to our 6.7 item, which is presentation of proclamation designating the month of October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Lake County, and this will be led by Supervisor Sabatier. Anyone here for this proclamation, please come up and join Supervisor Sabatier.
Told you you'd come back up. Wow, what a team. So just quick words before I start. It's saddening to me that sometimes the people that say the strongest words, such as I love you, can also be the ones that hurt you the most. And that's for your partners, for your family members, as well as sometimes your children. But behind me is an immense team of people who provide services to help folks enduring these types of issues. We just had a town hall about homelessness, and one of our tracking numbers is the amount of people that are dealing with domestic violence that are also experiencing homelessness. It is a devastating action that really destabilizes a human being and puts them in the worst of positions and makes them very vulnerable. So this is important. Proclamation designating the month of October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Lake County. Whereas domestic violence impacts women, children, and men of all racial, cultural, and economic backgrounds. And whereas emotional and physical scars resulting from domestic violence are often severe and long-lasting. And whereas in the past 12 months, Lake County law enforcement responded to over 418 incidents of domestic violence, including men, women, and children. In the past 12 months, the Victim Witness Division of the District Attorney's Office has served 324 victims of domestic violence, and the District Attorney's Office has prosecuted 168 felonies and misdemeanor acts of domestic violence. Lake Family Resource Center responded to 927 crisis line calls, served victims, and sheltered 118 domestic violence victims and their children for a total of 4,228 bed nights. Whereas it is crucially important to hold perpetrators responsible for assault and to prevent domestic violence at every opportunity. And whereas family violence is a community problem, stopping the cycle requires not only the strength and courage of survivors, but also the support and involvement of all members of the community. And whereas many organizations such as the District Attorney's Office, Sheriff's Office, Lakeport Police Department, Clear Lake Police Department, and Lake Family Resource Center are committed to ending domestic violence in Lake County and provide essential crisis intervention and prevention services to all members of our community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the month of October 2025 is designated as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the County of Lake, and our community is urged to support the efforts of the agencies assisting victims of domestic violence and to increase their involvement in efforts to prevent domestic violence, thereby strengthening our community and creating an environment which honors, nurtures, and protects all members of every family. Passed and adopted the 7th day of October 2025 and signed by our Vice Chair of the Board.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Kayla Vogus. I'm the Domestic Violence Program Coordinator for Lake Family Resource Center. And I just wanted to share that this year's campaign theme is With Survivors Always. This theme allows us to explore what it means to be in partnership with survivors towards safety, support, and solidarity. It is both a love letter and a call to action for those committed to advocating for survivors' needs and rights. Survivors deserve safety, survivors deserve support, and survivors deserve solidarity. Thank you to the board for proclaiming October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Thank you to the community and our partners for your continued support of Lake FRC, and thank you to our wonderful advocates for working hard every day and helping survivors.
Good try.
Nothing further. Turn it back to the board. Any comments from board members? And I will just say again, I appreciate the collaboration that we have in the county and Lake Resource for all the work they do around us. I was fortunate to work with them for over 3.5 decades and hundreds of cases, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Do we have any members of the public that wish to comment on this item? And we have nothing in the room. We have one online. Sterling, go ahead and unmute, and you can address us.
I want to say thank you. This one touches home close to me. I grew up in domestic violence and child abuse in the 90s. So I appreciate that you guys are bringing this forth and recognizing it and helping out the community now. Something that would have been great, you know, in the past, but now that we're doing it, I want to say I appreciate it and it hits home. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Sam, we're ready for a picture.
Okay. Okay. Ready? Here we go. Let's do one more just in case. Okay. Terrific. Thank you so much.
We're going to take a quick 5-minute break.
This one might have been the one that I took down there, because now I feel it. No, it's
We're going to move on to our 6.8 item,
That's okay, but this is the one.
which is consideration of presentation of semi-annual employee service awards for the County of Lake, and I'll turn this over to our HR Director, Pam Samick, to lead this item.
Thank you. Thank you. Pam Samak, Human Resources Director. Welcome to our fall edition of our Employee Service Awards. We take twice a year to honor our employees in 5-year increments. We start at 5 years and go upward. We'll call each manager up. We've got a small presentation, which will be shown here on the screen. And would just like to say a deep thank you to all of our employees who are our greatest asset, and this is your time to be celebrated. So first up, the assessor recorder.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, the board. I'm Landa Janakis, Chief Deputy Assessor Recorder Evaluation. Our assessor, Richard Ford, is currently out of town attending work-related conference, and he asked me to speak on his behalf to recognize Eric Olson and Christina Jeffries for their 10 years of dedicated unfortunately, both Eric and Christina are out of the office today, but we still want to take a moment to acknowledge their work, their hard work, and express our appreciation. Christina Jeffrey began her career with our office as a deputy assessor recorder. From the very beginning, she showed initiative, always willing to go the extra mile to serve the public and support her colleagues. No matter the task, Christina has never hesitated to step in where she's needed. Over the years, Christina has continued to grow in her role. For the past 6 years, she has served as a certified appraiser, always contributing her skills and hard work toward the success of our office. She has shown her commitment to professional growth, completing ongoing education with the State Board of Equalization. Most recently, she successfully completed advanced courses and in the process of becoming an advanced appraiser. Along with her own work, Christina is always willing to share what she knows and lend a hand in training new staff. Her work ethic and dedication make a difference for our team. We truly appreciate everything Christina has done for our office. On behalf of the Assessor Recorder Office, thank you, Christina, for your 10 years of outstanding service. We look forward to many more years of working together. Congratulations. Eric Olson begins his career with the Assessor Recorder Office as a Deputy Assessor Recorder, and through his hard work and dedication, advanced to become a Supervisor Deputy Assessor Recorder. In his role, he has done a great job in supporting, hiring, and training new staff members. One of the things we really appreciate about Eric is his willingness to step in whenever he's needed. He takes responsibility and pride in ensuring that the work gets done. In addition, Eric is certified appraiser who continues his professional development through ongoing education. His hard work and dedication make him a true asset to our office. We are truly very fortunate to have Eric on our team. On behalf of the Accessory Quarter Office, thank you, Eric, for your 10 years of outstanding service. We look forward to many more years of working together. Congratulations. And thank you. Thank you.
The next we'll be honoring Elizabeth Martinez, who couldn't be here today, for 25 years. Treasurer. Also from the library, we have Mickey Price, 5 years.
Thank you so much. I'm Christopher Veach, County Librarian, and yeah, we're honoring Nikki Price today, who's our library technician at the Redbud Library. She does so much for the library, including she's very creative. She has lots of great programs she presents to the public, like the Bad Art Paint and Sip, where people can come and make bad art and sip mocktails, or her library book club. She also runs our grant program for Zip Books, which gets new books into the library. She does interlibrary loan transfers from libraries all across the country, and she loves to do outreach. She's been at the Blackberry Cobbler Festival. She was at the Pear Festival, and she drives the bookmobile there too. So she's a wonderful asset for our county and for the library.
Thank you. I like that.
Next, we have IT. Ron Sharp. 35 years.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Child Support
Thank you.
Services.
Thank you. I am the Director of Child Support Services, Tammy Widener. I would like to first introduce, who's up first? Betty Dore, please. No, not Betty. Betty Dore's been with my department for 10 years, and she's truly a great asset. Thank you. 10 years service. Thank you. Thank you. Stay. Thank you. Tracy Garcia, please. Tracy Garcia is my deputy director. She's been with my department for 15 years. Truly a great asset. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, we have Maria.
Thank you. Awesome. Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. I could talk about these people for a really long time, but I want you guys to get out before dinner, so I'll keep it brief. First, we have Aaron Madden, Building Inspector. Are you here? No. Okay, I told him I was going to talk about him anyway. Anybody that knows Aaron knows that he brings a very strong work ethic to our team. He is an example of strong courage and overcoming, and he is pursuing professional development, taking all these tests, even though they're really scary. So I just commend Aaron for not letting fear stop him ever. Thank you. Next. Who's next? Who's next? Okay. Oh, Lori. Yay. Lori's here. Lori. Lori brings beauty to our team in the art that she shares with us and in her character every day. So it's an honor to have her as part of our team. Who's next? Ryan, yay. Ryan MacArthur exemplifies courage and strength and dedication in our team. He also has an extra flavor of compassion. He underwent damage to his house from a wildfire event, and he now shows us how to persevere and to recover. Public recognition is totally not his thing, so he warned me ahead that he wasn't coming. But I told him I was going to talk about him anyway. And then we have one last one. Did we have a slide for Todd? Todd Elliott. Okay, you know those Facebook memes where all the students are diligently watching the teacher, but then you got one who's like this? That's Todd. Todd brings the zany streak to our team, and as he sort of transitions into retirement, we're really going to miss him. So thank you very much.
Next, I'd like to call back Shane to give him an opportunity to talk about lawn.
Sorry. Well, he's been here for 35 years, so this will take a little longer than normal. Lon started out in 1989, and he started out as an extra help employee. Actually an intern, and then he moved on to extra help, and he became a full-time planning tech in 1990 in the community development department. At that time, there wasn't much GIS to speak of, and he was doing a lot of hand-drawn maps, if you can believe that. In 2003, Lon became a member of the IT department, moved over to IT doing GIS design work full-time. And since then, Lon has been responsible for maintaining the county's electronic mapping systems. And those systems are utilized by thousands of people every year, providing information on parcels, parks, trails, agriculture, and even fire impacts, and just to name a few things. It's hard to overstate the sheer volume of information that Lon has compiled and maintained over the years. In addition to the electronic maps themselves, Lon painstakingly maintains our lot lines and other information for every parcel in the county. Lon's work is utilized by most county departments, as well as the public. And if you haven't checked out our GIS portal yet, you should. There's a lot of very interesting and useful information on there. And Lon has created, implemented, or maintained nearly all of it. I really appreciate Lon's steadfast commitment to quality work. I think we should all be grateful for employees like Lon who have both a tremendous skill set, but also the willingness to commit to our community for the long haul. So thank you, Lon.
Thank you. Next up, Public Health. Anthony?
All right, who we got first? All right, Lauren. Good morning, Anthony Artin, Health Services Director. First off is Lauren Hyatt. It's a joy to recognize Lauren Hyatt for her work as Lake County's Oral Health Program Coordinator. Lauren is a passionate educator, especially when it comes to teaching our youth about healthy habits. You can often find her in schools and libraries handing out free oral health supplies, always with the help of her trusty sidekick, Chomper. Lauren's energy, creativity, and commitment to prevention have made a lasting impact on the smiles of our community. Thank you, Lauren. There you go.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Next up, Christina Vissinger. Thank you. I'm proud to honor Christina Vissinger for her outstanding service to Lake County as a community health nurse. Christina specializes in communicable disease control, including STI and HIV surveillance, and plays a vital role in keeping our community informed and protected. She also lends her skills to our home visiting program, supporting families and promoting better health outcomes. Christina's clinical expertise, compassion, and steady presence make her a true asset to public health in Lake County. Thank you, Christina. Oh, and Christina. Okay. Last but not least, and unfortunately she couldn't be here this morning, is Christine Gearhart. She's an environmental health inspector. Christine serves with a specialty in the CUPA program, performing essential inspections around the county at landfills and fuel sites to protect human health and the environment. Christine's attention to detail, professionalism, and consistency help protect both the public and the environment, and we're incredibly fortunate to have her as part of our team.
Behavioral health, Elise.
I have to do that, sorry. All right. Geraldine Fagalde has been our staff services analyst for, well, she's been with the county for 5 years. She's, I think, the majority of it with our department. She did have a brief stint in HR, which has served us very well, actually, because that is her main focus in our department. She is the kind of employee that rarely needs supervision. She has the ability to use good judgment, work independently, is dependable. I mean, Jerry is incredible. So come on up here. I don't know. I don't believe we have Melissa Kopf here today. No. She typically works remote. She is an analyst with our Lake County Continuum of Care. If you did not know, Lake County Behavioral Health is the lead administrative entity for the Lake County Continuum of Care and has grown a lot over these last few years. I don't think if it weren't for her and her dedication that it would be as in good a shape as it is now. Okay, so Melissa, now we will move on to, okay. Yes. Monty, and I see her taking a picture of Melissa. Montanique Pax. She was recently, I mean in the past year or so, promoted to a senior staff services analyst with our fiscal department. Nothing makes the world go round like money, and so we appreciate Monty and her dedication to this department and her positive attitude at all times. Come on.
Yeah, baby.
Yes, you did it. Okay, is Miss Kendra Boyce here? No, she must be out somewhere teaching mental health first aid or question, persuade, refer, or some other program somewhere. I'm sure she is busy. She's so lovely. So Kendra is a breath of fresh air. She is like sunshine in a person. She is just kind, caring, compassionate, is great at what she does in the schools, engaging with our youth and with the community, and has probably trained hundreds of people in mental health first aid in our community, and that's really left a lasting and impactful imprint. And so we are so thankful for her 10 years of service and look forward to many more. Thank you, Kendra. All right. Next we have Miss Amber Luch. Yes. Amber is a staff services manager. She started as an analyst with our department. She had previously been with social services and we stole her, which is how it goes. And she is with our fiscal team. She leads that team. It has been some of the most difficult work of my career to do that in partnership with her. She is someone who shows up every day, no matter how hard the day before was, and tries to put her best foot forward. She's brilliant. She does a really mean Excel spreadsheet. And she is a great member of our management team and part of why I think we have had so much success. Thank you, Amber. You get this. This is really fun. Yeah, I realized he's taking pictures over there just now. Oh my goodness. Bonnie O'Donnell.
is a behavioral health clinical specialist. Bonnie has been with the department for 10 years. And she is currently actually co-located at the Lakeport Police Department. She is a member of our mobile crisis team. She also has served as an SUD counselor, and she maintains that license or certification, I believe, as well. I call her, affectionately, I refer to Bonnie as Reno 911. And that is because she is out there. She is not afraid. She will literally sit in the gutter with somebody for as long as it takes until they can both move out of that together. And I think those kind of people and that level of compassion and dedication to service is incredibly rare. But I'm honored to have her as a behavioral health worker with our department. Thank you for your years of service. Come on up here. See? We have so many. This is really exciting, guys. Woo. All right. Last but not least, this is a big one, right? We have a 25-year award to give to Miss Rachel Nell. 25 years. What a lovely picture. And what's even more remarkable is that Rachel has spent her entire career at our department. Right? Is that, okay, I lied. How long? 2 years. Okay, so we got 23 years with her. I think she's probably held just about nearly all types of positions in behavioral health. Obviously, the majority of her career has been spent working directly with people in communities. She's presently doing a lot of work around housing. She is supporting the residents, I think, in Palace and Place as well as elsewhere in the community. She has done our access team. She's done every team, all the teams. Have you been in the schools? Yes, of course. So every job in our department she can do. And that's incredibly rare in our field. Social workers don't tend to last this long. It's a hard job. And Rachel is the type of individual, though, that can take things in stride and learn to see the long game with people and take pride in success. She's an excellent team member, team player, and she is just the easiest person to get along with and work with. So thank you, Rachel.
Parks and Recreation and Landfill.
Thank you. Okay, there are 3 parks maintenance workers that I'm going to be kind of lumping together, which is not really necessary to do, but they'd both rather be in the parks, and who wouldn't on a beautiful fall day? But I think it's important to note that they're also out there when it's 110. They're also out there when it's windy and rainy. So I really appreciate what they do. We have Joseph Joey Mitchell. We have Keith Knoll. We also have Francisco, but Javier Hav Batres. 5, 5, and 20, but a unique thing about all of them is that they didn't just come on as permanent workers. They 2 of them started as extra help. One started as an OJT when that program was around, and so that's a common theme. Certainly in my department, we have a lot of seasonal work, but it really does go to show that there's a place to start, certainly, and you work your way up. I heard it earlier. I don't remember who it was, but maybe it was Lon. But 35 years as OJ, maybe it was intern, right? So that's miraculous. 35 years. I stood up, but I really appreciate that. But for Javier and Keith and Joey, just really appreciate their work. And I asked them to come here. They took a pass. So, but I do appreciate them. So thank you. Still your turn, Lars.
Back up, Lars.
He's not here either. Kevin Perry. Kevin Perry for. I don't think he's here. I didn't see him. No, Kevin Perry. Thank you.
Jim Hale. With Rose.
Good morning, Jim Hale, Lake County Public Works Superintendent. I'm going to do this a little different just because I know they're uncomfortable and so am I, so I'm going to call them both up at the same time. So, Charlie, Santiago. Here you go, Charlie. Both these gentlemen are heavy equipment operators for Public Works. They promoted in August 2023. I just got a short thing to say to both of them. With young men like this on our staff, the future of our department is very bright. I appreciate everything that you do and everything that you have done for this department. I would like to thank you both for your time and your efforts. So thank you. Congratulations.
Special districts.
Good afternoon, or good morning. I'm Robin Bore, the Special District Administrator, and I actually have 3 field staff, one that doesn't like public recognition so much, he asked to be removed from the list. But all of them are all out in the field. Ignacio Gutierrez is our new superintendent for Area 1 in Southeast, and he's celebrating 5 years. And Vincent Myrick is 10 years, and he's our EMT in Southeast as well, and he's in crane training. And the one that's not on the list is Alan Miller, but I want to give him a shout out anyway. He is at the Lakeport Water Plant working on the water. And Nicole Schlick is here. And she's celebrating 5 years. And she's instrumental in making sure that all of our water bills go out each month or every other month. And she's a very valued member of our team. And thank you very much.
Victim witness, Susan Cronus.
I'm Susan Cronus, the district attorney, and I have Tatsu here, the head of our victim witness office. For 10 years, he has been in our office officially, but he was volunteering and working extra help in our office for much longer than that. And so he's just phenomenal to have as head of the Victim Witness Office, which is such an important office, giving services to people in need, in crisis. And so he is a calming person. He's a tech person, which is awesome. And he's also, I just appreciate him so much. He's very organized. He gets things done. And he also comes up with innovative procedures. And so he is also in law school, and we hoped maybe, who knows, I mean, as head of victim witness, he's awesome, but I would, transfer him to a deputy DA anytime. So thank you, Tatsu, and congratulations for 10 years.
Probation, Wendy Monofrance.
Good morning. I'm Wendy Monfrance, the Chief Probation Officer.
Today, we're recognizing Juliana Bisaccio, who has been with our department for 25 years, which is incredible. And she's done some of the most difficult jobs. She started as a juvenile corrections officer and then became a supervisor back when we had a juvenile hall. And when we were preparing to close it, she promoted to a probation officer, and now she runs our investigations unit, which is in charge of all of our documents that are given to the court and any requests the court makes of us. And she's just the most knowledgeable person in the building, and she's amazing to work with every day. And this last 2 weeks, she's at our Supervisor Leadership Academy, so she can't be here, and she was very sad to miss this opportunity. So we thank her.
Next, we have Sheriff Bingham.
I've already been warned by some of my staff that I can't talk about them too much up here, so at the risk of mutiny, I'm not going to. Would like to say that, I get to be up here and sometimes I'm in the spotlight a lot, but the reality of it is without the work that these people do, there's no way that the Sheriff's Office would function and serve our community in the way it does today. So we'll start with Daniel Costancio, who cannot be here today. He's one of our correctional officers. And then also Peggy Perry, who is a correctional aide, who is also not here today. 20 years of service. And then our correctional lieutenant, who runs our operations and the facility, is Lieutenant Chad Holland, with 20 years of service. Shake your hand, but I only got 2 of them. Thank you. Next up was our coroner tech, who has a difficult job, and we could not have a coroner's division without the work that she does. Robin Reed, with 5 years. Congratulations, Robin. And our staff services analyst and our finance, Deborah Wara, with 5 years. Thank you. Don't drop that. Next is Sergeant Carla Hockett, who's not here today, but she runs our recruitment and retention division and oversees our records and civil division with 25 years with the Sheriff's Office. And then last, somebody who I could not run this department without. He talks me off the ledge sometimes, slows me down and says, wait, let's take a breath, let's think about it. And then also what I really like about him is that he challenges me and he challenges my ideas and he really makes me think. And I could not be the sheriff that I am without him. My undersheriff, Corey Pollich, with 30 years.
Social Services, Rachel.
Nobody mentioned Wendy. She is,
Okay. All right, got it. Good morning, Rachel Duman-Parsons, Lake County Social Services Director, and I have 24 people to acknowledge. So in the interest of time, I am going to say thank you, and we will give the more detailed acknowledgements of your accomplishments and awesomeness at our next all-staff meeting. So first up, we have a 5-year award for Joshua Anderson. Okay. Next, we have Susan Buse. Jamie Gardner. They are all hardworking or watching online. Charlotte Giovacchini. We got Craig Holsey. Gabby Medina. I know she's working right now. Katrina Walsh. Tyler Warren. Mary O'Brien. Jessica Anglin, are you here? Okay. We're on to our 10-year awards now. So Jessica's our 10-year. Joanne Fortino. No worries. I'm faster than the awards. Laura Harper. I'm going to have my deputies help me carry these. Carl Jasper. Patty Marler, I know you're here. I will briefly say it's been awesome to work with you for so long. Yeah. Diana Torres, use the microphone. Congratulations, Diana, in many ways. Okay. Shire Yakimo, I don't think she's here. Melissa Linz, I saw you out there. Congratulations, Melissa. Okay. Teresa Wold, 15 years. We're on to 15 years now. Congratulations, Teresa. Thank you. Alinda Plubel. Did I see you out there? Okay. All right, we're now on to 20 years. Mary Brown. Betty Hayes, she's out, I already know that. Betty. Sharice Reynolds, I did not see her, but I know she's probably watching. 30 years, Sherry, come on up. I think your deputy director has something for you. Did you want to say anything? Okay.
I just think Sherry's amazing, and 30 years is unthinkable nowadays, so I just wanted to say
she deserves so many kudos. We'll give you the big kudos at all staff. And Diana Dixon, our final 30-year recipient, she is hard at work. She doesn't like the spotlight, so congratulations to her. And that's it, right? Okay.
Next, I'm Diana Rico, my right-hand person. Diana is having her 10-year anniversary. She began with us in May of 2015 as an HR technician. Through her hard work and dedication and exceptional leadership, she has steadily risen through the ranks, and in March 22, she was promoted to deputy director, a role that she has truly thrived in. Over the past decade, she has become an indispensable member of the HR team. Her professionalism, insight, and unwavering commitment to excellence and sense of humor has had a lasting impact on our organization, and the county is truly fortunate to have her in our service. Congratulations, Diana. Thank you for your outstanding services. CAO.
Casey, you want to come up? I know you're here somewhere. There's. Don't leave quite yet. I know you want to run out the door. For those who know Casey, you know she loves numbers. She's odd like that. But also, she loves to bake and she loves plants. So I just want to give you some insight as to the person that she is, in addition to a good accountant. Thank you. I have crazy staff, which I love. Mr. Carter. He also loves numbers. And the one thing that I want to let you know that he's a gearhead, for those who don't know that, and he survived Burning Man this August. I did say they were crazy.
With lingering effects.
Next, I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Rasmussen to celebrate a couple department heads.
Thank you, Pam. And the first one is Director Lars Ewing. And Director Ewing began his journey with us in 2010, joining Lake County as the Assistant Public Works Director. From the beginning, his expertise, vision, and commitment to public service made a lasting impact on the department and the community we serve. In 2016, Director Lars Ewing was promoted to our Public Services Director, a role in which he has continued to lead with excellence, guiding key initiatives and vital community programs that benefit residents across our county. Over the years, Director Ewing has exemplified the highest standards of public service, bringing innovation, integrity, and collaboration to every challenge and opportunity. We extend our deepest gratitude to Director Lars Ewing for his continued dedication and congratulate him on a remarkable career to this point with our county. Thank you, Lars. And next we have Wendy Monfrans, our Chief Probation Officer. Chief Monfrans has 15 years of distinguished services with Lake County. Chief Monfrans began her journey with us also in 2010 when she joined the department as a Deputy Probation Officer. Her dedication and strong work ethic quickly stood out, and just 1 year later she was promoted to Deputy Probation Officer 3. In 2014, she advanced to the role of Senior Deputy Probation Officer, where she continued to demonstrate exceptional leadership and commitment to public service. Her rise through the ranks continued in 2017 when she was promoted to Chief Deputy Probation Officer. Then in 2020, she became the Assistant Chief Probation Officer, a testament to her vision, integrity, and steadfast leadership. Finally, her journey culminated in her appointment as the Chief Probation Officer, where she now leads the department with dedication, compassion, and a clear commitment to betterment of our community. Chief Monfrans' 15 years of service reflect not only professional growth, but also an unwavering dedication to justice, rehabilitation, and community safety. We thank her for her continued leadership and congratulate her on this remarkable achievement. Thank you. Turn it back over to Pam.
Sure. Actually, I'm going to turn it back to the board if you have any comments.
Go ahead, Supervisor Pyska.
So we do this twice a year, and I love this event. Not only do we really get to take a moment and celebrate all the individuals who are meeting these milestones and hear a little bit about the work that they're doing, but it really just shows us how special Lake County is because of the people that are here. The people are you, the servants, the public servants who are committed to serving and caring for the people that live in our county every single day. And we're so grateful for all the work that you do. So it's wonderful to celebrate you. It's wonderful to see you here today, and those that couldn't make it because you're out in the field, we get it. But big thank you. And it really is one of my favorite days of the year.
My comment is similar to the sheriff's. It's the people doing the work, whether you're in the front line or even in the administration of your department, your division. It takes a team to make the things happen that we want to make happen for our community. Your dedication, your years of service, 35. Lon, I use that GIS system every single day. I think of you every single day because I'm thankful that it works and it does exactly what I need. And that speaks to the rest of you as well. There is an impact that is being made, whether we're looking things up and finding information or we're seeing that happening in our community itself. Thank you for all the work that you do. Thank you for everything.
Well, you are definitely the backbone of the county. So your work is very much appreciated. And I'd like to just say thank you to each and every one of you.
And similar to my colleagues, I appreciate the commitment of our county employees. We would not be a county or be able to provide any public service without the people that work for us. And I appreciate their dedication to the county, their choosing to work for us, in particular those very long-term folks. That's a huge commitment, and I'm happy that we were able to celebrate that today. Thank you. Do we have any members of the public in the room that would wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, any hands online, Johanna? No hands online. With that, thank you again, and we're going to take a short 5-minute break.
Well, that's how we clear a room.
Oh, you did? Oh, that's awesome. Okay. And it's
We'll call our meeting back to order and move on to our 6.9 item, which is public hearing consideration of A, rescission of Resolution 2025-102, adopting development agreement 24-01 for the Gwinnett Valley Mixed-Use Plan Development Project, and B, draft ordinance adopting development agreement 24-01 for the Gwinnett Valley Mixed-Use Plan Development Project. And at this time, I will turn it over to Director Turner to start this item.
Thank you, Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. On August 26th, when the board approved the various parts of the Gwinnett Valley Mixed-Use Plan Development Project, the board approved the development agreement by adopting a resolution. It was after that hearing that we realized that according to the Lake County zoning ordinance, development agreements are approved via ordinance. So the item that you have before you today is a correction item to make sure that we are presenting to you the approval of the development agreement using the correct mechanism, which is an ordinance. Also, on August 26th, the board approved or adopted that resolution as amended, specifically to add a clause into the development agreement that states, the county encourages the developer to continue to work with the Calliope Water District regarding the district's purchase of a portion of the off-site well site and the district's operation of a well thereon pursuant to the existing term sheet between the developer and the district. When I was updating this item for correction, I inadvertently overlooked that amendment, and I just sort of copied what had been approved already and just stuck an ordinance on it. So Johanna has the amended ordinance, which includes that verbiage, which is also included as section 12.5 in the developer's agreement. Keep going. Nope, that's not it. It's the other one, the one that was in the Word document. It should be at the top of the next page. It's the last whereas. Oh, there you go. So we placed it in the whereas to recognize in the updated ordinance the amendment that had taken place on August 26th. It is also included in section 12.5 of that ordinance. I mean, nope, sorry, 12.5 of the development agreement. Staff recommends then that the board rescind Resolution 2025-102, which was the improper mechanism, and approve the first reading of the approval of the development agreement via ordinance. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
We have questions from board members at this time. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I do, and I appreciate the effort to fix that little bump there. However, we approved a resolution last time which included the approval of the developer agreement, and that is completely being canceled because the resolution is being canceled. It wasn't two separate decisions of we're approving a resolution and we're approving a developer agreement. So here we're reapproving the whole thing. What I'd like to see on the screen is the updated development agreement with 12.5 because that was not shown. I know it was in my email you sent to me, that portion, because that never made it on the signed resolution. So it's not just the developer agreement was right and we did a resolution and should have done an ordinance. We should have done an ordinance and the developer agreement was not amended with the right thing. So I'd like to make sure that's on the screen. And because of the past action that occurred, I would also like to receive a signed copy of the ordinance with the developer agreement to make sure that those changes have been put into place because of what occurred.
No problem. Johanna does have that, and we will pull that up on the screen right now.
I have one more just little tidbit. The language of the Santa Clara property, you have it down as 3.5 acres. I think it's more like 12.75.
Thank you. Yes, we are in the process of correcting that. It's a non-substantive typographical error.
Okay, perfect.
Yep. Let me see if I can find the page. One moment.
There was also I'm sorry, on that particular, in here, it still has the old standards of 100 homes there instead of 50 on that. I found it someplace in here when I was reading, but I can't tell you exactly where.
No problem. I'll make sure that gets corrected as well. Thank you. And that was 100 homes specific to the Santa Clara site?
Yes, yeah.
We will get that fixed. Thank you.
Any further comment while we're looking?
Go to 12.5. Keep scrolling. I think you're on 8. There you go. Right down. There you go. Right there. 12.5, right above section 13.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
What about the other portion?
Anything further from the board?
And then the other portion of it with the language?
That's the language 12.5 was
Okay.
there. Just real quick, since it was mentioned 100, I just did a quick search just so that we're clear on what we would be amending rather than it changing after the fact, because we're, again, approving a resolution that approves the development agreement. So making sure that development agreement is what it says on page D1 of the agreement, where it says phase tentative subdivision maps for the Gwinnett property that would allow for the development of 7 separate subdivisions and 100 on-site. No, that's not the right one. The general amendment, 100 workforce housing, co-housing units, but that's all on the Gwinnett property. So I'm not seeing where you're seeing 100.
We'll make sure that anything specific to Santa Clara is accurate for that total number of housing.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not seeing the number 100 was.
I had seen it under E1, where it has on page 5, but I might have misunderstood that, because it does say 100 workforce housing, co-housing units.
That could be the on-site housing part.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
but we'll definitely make sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further. We can open to the public at this point. Seeing nothing in the chamber and no hands online, bring it back to the board for any further comments. Seeing none, I'd be ready to take action.
Yep, I would like
You have
to,
go ahead.
I would just like to move that we, do we need to do it by, I would like to offer it.
Actually, if we could rescind the resolution first, that would.
Okay, I'd like to rescind the resolution. I don't have that information in front of me, though.
That should be good enough.
Okay.
Do we need to take a motion on that? So we have a motion on the floor to rescind the resolution.
Second.
And we have a motion and a second. We'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries 4-0. And we have a second piece of action that we need to take. County Council, do you want to help us with that?
Yes, since, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Since the second recommended ask from staff would be in relation to the ordinance, it would be the first reading of the ordinance. It consists of two motions for purposes of the first reading. The first motion would be a motion to approve the first reading of the ordinance to be read in title only, as amended.
I offer that motion.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Okay. It's an ordinance adopting development agreement 24-01 for the Gwinnett Valley Mixed Use Plan Development Project.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And the second part, or the second motion as it relates to the ordinance would be the motion to approve the draft ordinance as amended to be advanced to the next Board of Supervisors meeting for consideration and possible adoption.
I offer the motion as stated.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, no opposition, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like me to stay for the 11 o'clock?
Yes, please.
Okey-doke.
And we're going to move on, and we're after 11 now, but close to on time, so we'll move to our 6:10 item, which is consideration of a request for board direction regarding establishment of an ad hoc committee for development of agricultural road standards. And I'll turn it over to Director Turner.
Thank you, Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. When the state started working on cannabis policy to legalize this industry, they referred to it as commercial cannabis to differentiate it from illegal cannabis. This terminology has proven to be kind of confusing as jurisdictions were grappling with their own local regulations. And in particular, it meant something to deem it a commercial activity in regards to 4290 and 4291 road standards. And so there was confusion about assigning commercial road standards to what is essentially an agricultural road, similar to the roads we have in our vineyards and our orchards. In 2019, the board addressed this confusion, resulting in a resolution that recognized cannabis as a commercial agricultural activity and a commercial agricultural product, and exempted it from commercial road standards as pertains to 4290 and 4291. During that discussion, they were limited to passing adopting this resolution specific to cannabis, because the wording on the agenda did not allow for additional flexibility. But during that hearing, the board expressed significant interest in assembling an ad hoc committee with agricultural stakeholders to talk about developing road standards that would be specific to agriculture. That was in 2019. So today, since we are working on updating the cannabis regulations, it's appropriate and timely to bring this back to the board to see if the board still wants to direct staff to compile or get together a working group or ad hoc committee specific to agricultural stakeholders, including fire districts, Farm Bureau. There's some other groups here that were mentioned during that board hearing, in order to work up a recommendation for road standards specific to agricultural roads. Sorry, Supervisor Owen, you have your finger up.
Oh, I was just, when you're done.
Okay. I didn't want to be
No,
rude.
you're fine. I'm sorry.
So that is before you today. Staff does recommend that this would be considered a working group compiled for one specific reason and let go after that reason. It would be an internal, or it would be a work group assembled by the Community Development Department with the categories as desired by the board. That one would not be compliant or subject to the Brown Act. It would result in recommendations that would then go to the Ag Advisory Committee, the Planning Commission, and the board in a draft ordinance format through noticed public hearings. And that's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we'll go with Supervisor On first.
Okay. You know what? I did a little homework on it. And I've contacted a few of the fire marshals or the fire chiefs, actually. I actually contacted 3 and talked to each and every one of them about it. We thought that it might be easier if we put this into the ag committee that we have currently going. It's pretty well the representation is from all walks. So I think that they could handle that without putting together a separate ag ad hoc committee. And I asked if they would be interested in having a representative there for us to have input, and they were. They thought it was a great idea. And actually, Mr. Mike Wink's the one that thought putting it in the ag committee rather than doing an additional ad hoc would probably work really well. And we could move forward, and that way we're skipping a process as well, instead of forming a whole new committee. There's already one in place.
I have zero skin in this game. This was just a start based on the hearing, but in 2019, which was actually a different board. So I'm open to however the board wants to direct me to follow up on this.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I appreciate you bringing this. This is one of the promises that we've not held on to. We had long discussions. At the time, it was Supervisor Simon, myself, Anita Grant, and many fire chiefs throughout the county that met to really hash out what 4290 meant when it came to cannabis. And I think you hit the nail on the head. The word commercial was what was really throwing everybody for a loop, where this is about buildings. That's what 4290, it's about the protection of buildings, not roads to plants or roads to nowhere. So once they do construct buildings within a outdoor area, then 4290 does come into compliance, but agriculture is nowhere to be found in 4290 because it's about buildings and protection of buildings. So eventually we were able to negotiate, and that's where we said, look, we won't continue arguing about this because we couldn't stop arguing about it. They were stuck on the commercial. And we said, let's just create a road standard for ag. Nothing arduous, nothing that would be an overreach. And we got some examples of other communities that have those, and they're, I think, easy to abide to. I don't mind it going to the ag advisory, but I would suggest you meet with the Farm Bureau and you meet with the fire chiefs, hash out a idea of a ordinance or an amendment to it, and then bring that to the ag advisory, because building it at the ag advisory is going to take many, many months. And I don't feel you need our permission that was weird, our permission to meet with the fire chiefs and the Farm Bureau to hash out a concept of an ordinance. And then, because building it by committee is just going to lead to another 6 months or more of meetings, and I don't want you to be stuck in those types of meetings. So hopefully that is a possible direction, but I think this is something that we put into our resolution that was passed, that we were going to do this, and I'm really happy that we're finally talking about it because we need to follow through with what we promised.
I did bring this up at the last Fire Chiefs Association meeting, and yet they do want to at least review it.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, thanks for bringing this. We've had a lot of conversations about it over the years. I am also concerned about this being able to be put together at the Ag Advisory Committee, because that committee only meets, we put a limit like no more than twice a year because all those folks are so busy and there's quorum issues and stuff. So I want to support you on how you best want to accomplish this. And if it is this ad hoc committee, or if it is meeting separately with all these people, because it's more than one meeting. And I think whatever you come up with, obviously will go before the Ag Committee and the Planning Commission before it comes to us. But I think just putting it at the Ag Committee is not going to, I think there's more work that needs to go into it before that.
The Agricultural Committee does have a regularly scheduled meeting on November 27th. So I could have these meetings with the fire chiefs and with the Farm Bureau, and then have something that's a little more of a first draft for the Ag Committee to take a look at.
Yeah, that's good. And then the other, we've talked about fire, public safety, but we haven't talked about our roads department and how they would work into this too.
I did speak with Director Ewing, and he is cognizant of this moving ahead. However, there is not a scheduled update to the road design standards at this time, and so this ordinance would be sort of a standalone specific to agricultural roads that would get integrated into the Lake County road design standards when that update did take place.
Supervisor Owen, did you have something else?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
When I was speaking with the fire chiefs the last couple of days, they had all kind of felt the 4290 and 4291 standards. The question was where the lines were going to be drawn as far as how much traffic, and if they're bringing semis in and out, and what the usage of the road was more of the argument, but the standard sounded like that was what they were wanting to be able to get in.
And we can make sure that it's clearly defined that
And
the
that's what they
level
were
of
looking for.
activity and the machinery that's used is similar to what we find in the wine industry or the walnut orchards during harvest.
Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
I feel I neglected, and also inviting our Ag Commissioner as well. I said Farm Bureau, but
Certainly.
Yeah.
Catherine can't get out of this, so I'll track her down.
he loves it.
And where I fall, I don't think we need an ad hoc. I think that you can work on that and meet with the folks such as the fire departments, the Ag Commissioner, our Public Works. You can bring put a working draft together and then run that by the Ag Committee for any feedback before it ends up coming back. I'd be comfortable with that. I don't think we need another committee to form and bring more folks in. We already know who the players are essentially that we need to talk to, and I think that's what I would be comfortable with.
Awesome.
Okay. So if there's nothing further from the board, I'll go ahead and open this up to the public. And seeing one in the room, come on up, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair Rasmussen and members of the board. My name is Tom Lasik. I think there's been a mischaracterization of what 4290 actually involves. If you actually look at the regulation from the state minimum fire safety, I forgot what the whole acronym, there's two parts to this that are relevant. One is that the road, and historically what's been going on with cannabis is that CDD has only been evaluated in 4290. that's on the property line. But the ordinance actually requires that the roads leading to the property also have to be assessed for 4290 compliance. And historically, that has not been done. And this has been brought to the Planning Commission's attention and to CDG's attention by Mr. Wink back in June.
Mr. Lasik, just want to be clear that we're only discussing today that whether or not we're going to form an ad hoc.
Understood. So the misrepresentation there is that there is an exception within the 4290 for ag roads. But if you read that exception, and I just want you to be clear so you see if you're going to be wasting your time on a committee, is that it has to be used solely for ag. We have a lot of roads that agriculture uses, but they're not used solely for ag. So if you have a road, say, Spruce Grove Road, you might want to consider that to be ag, but as soon as there's something there that's not ag.
I think we're getting off topic on what our decision is today.
Right. I would advise then not to have a committee. I would advise that you take a look at the ordinance clearly, and I think you'll find that it probably isn't worth the effort. There's at least 3 insurmountable roadblocks to that challenge. And one is the definition of what's required, the definition of the exception, and the definition by the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further in the room? And do we have anything online, Johanna? We have Rebecca, go ahead and unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thanks. This is Rebecca with Lake County Farm Bureau. I just wanted to confirm that LCFB would be more than willing to engage in a meeting or a series of meetings with fire representatives to get something drafted and then move that through the appropriate channels. So yeah, if you need our help, just go ahead and reach out to us, Maria, and we would be happy to engage.
Awesome. Thank you. Anything further online, Johanna? No, and we have Director Ewing, so go ahead and give him the floor.
Lars Ewing, Interim Public Works Director, just to basically piggyback off of that with Public Works involvement for this, in particular as it relates to public roads that would ultimately be non-county maintained, but still public. Public Works has the responsibility to review those for compliance with the current road standards, and so it would be certainly important that we are included in that. Mireya and I have had that conversation, so I look forward to that. And in as much as the current road standards, there has been a movement afoot years ago to update them. We have, from what I've seen in my last couple of months with Public Works, there's some good work that we can work from to update the road standards. So it might be an opportunity to embed that ag standard included into the road design standards rather than a standalone ordinance simplistically for or solely for ag roads. So I think that's something that we may be able to work toward. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no further public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. And it sounded like we had a consensus, unless there's anything further from the board at this point. And seeing none, do you have any questions for us or clarifications?
I think I'm clear. I got to get busy.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and close this item.
Thank you,
Chair?
Maria.
Yes, go ahead.
May I?
Yeah.
I know that County Council was instrumental in our original conversation, and hopefully County Council can also be involved throughout the process, just because there was quite the conversations that we had, and there may be some historical knowledge at County Council's office that may help us progress rather than restart at the very beginning of the arguments that we were having.
It was assumed that I wouldn't make any moves without County Council. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close this item, and we're going to move on to our 7.6 item at this time, and that is consideration of a resolution approving County of Lake Health Services to apply for funding in the amount of $488,205 through the California Department of Public Health for fiscal years 2025 through 2030, and authorize the Director of Health Services to sign said application. With that, I'll turn it over to our Health Services Director for a presentation.
Good morning. Thank you, Board. Anthony Arndt, Health Services Director. This funding is from CDPH to fund us for 5 years for STI control work, primarily contact investigation, some case investigation, community education, and partnership education. So should be pretty simple. It helps fund about a little less than one position, one community health nurse, or a DIS position.
With that, do we have any questions from the board?
In full support.
Anything further? I have no concern at this point. So we'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Do we have anyone in the room? No hands online, nothing in the room, so I'll bring it back to the board for any action.
Mr. Chair, I offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered.
All right. Supervisor Owen.
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Rasmussen.
Aye. And that concludes the item.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to go back to item 7.3 on the agenda, which is consideration of the agreement between the County of Lake and Clover Valley Guest Home for Adult Residential Support Services and Specialty Mental Health Services in the amount of $1,200,000 for fiscal year 2025-2026. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Jones from Behavioral Health Services.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Clover Valley Guest Home is one of two boarding care facilities in Lake County period. And so we keep them full. I believe they are a 6 or 8 bed facility. And this is one of the few places we can step people down back into the community from other facilities out of county. For some people, it is the lowest level of care that they will be able to have because they will need lifelong support, perhaps in a home. It is a large cost, and it has increased over significantly, I would say, since the pandemic. However, it is cheaper than other types of more expensive subacute facilities, and so we are hopeful that additional board and care operations will exist within Lake County, and we can further bring more people back home. With that, I respectfully request your board consider approval of this important agreement.
Thank you, Director Jones. Supervisor Sabatier?
And I believe there's a change that's required in this contract to 620, or the action to 625. Is that what it is?
Yes, Yes, Supervisor. The change is to, you have it in front of me. I apologize. Would you be able to?
I'm trying my thing.
I thank you.
I know the contract is correct. It's the 1.2 is more than it should be. $650,000. I apologize.
Thank you. So the amount is $650,000, which is reflected in the contract.
So amending the
Title of the
1.2
item.
down to 650.
That's a big deal, right?
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. Did you have anything further? No. Anything else from the board? Well, I'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Do we have anyone in the room that wishes to speak on this item? Nothing in the room and nothing online. I'll bring it back to the board for consideration of action. Supervisor Sabatier, go ahead.
And prior to action, I do want to highlight something that Director Jones also highlighted. The fact that this is in the county, I think, is just something that's greatly appreciated. I may be wrong, but I believe the other one that you were speaking of is Thule House as well. I am completely wrong. Darn it. But I appreciate seeing us having those contracts here locally because we have so many difficulties of finding local facilities that offer these kinds of services. So, Mr. Chair, if there's nothing further, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the agreement between the County of Lake and Clover Valley Guest Home for adult residential support services and specialty mental health services in the amount of $650,000 for fiscal year 25-26.
We have a motion.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a
And
second.
authorize the chair to sign. I felt that.
We have a motion and a second. I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. And we'll close that item. We're going to go ahead and move on to item 7.4.
Elise, was that 6 beds or 8?
I am not at the, I think it's, I'm not sure. It's either 6 or 8.
I thought it was 7, but
Is it 7? Because there's I
could-
get them confused if this, I'm sorry. It's no more than 8.
okay. I know it's in there somewhere. We'll go ahead and move on to 7.4, which is consideration of approval of amendment number 1 to the agreement between the County of Lake and Redwood Community Services Incorporated Phoenix House Crisis Residential Treatment Facility for fiscal year 25-26, and I'll turn that over to Director Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, this is an exciting agreement. Redwood Community Services opened up the first crisis residential facility, I think, that exists. Well, maybe Napa has one, Sonoma has one. So not all of our contiguous counties operate this type of facility. We do not at present in Lake County have this. It is actually a required level of care within our mental health plan. And when we first initiated this agreement, it was, I think, only $25,000 just to get us started to see if there's competition for these beds. And so as things have progressed, they have been accepting more Lake County individuals. So this is a program, I believe, not less than 30 days and no more probably than 90 days, where people who have been in a mental health crisis can go and recompensate and hopefully step back out into the community and get what they need. So I'm happy to see this and happy to bring this before your board.
Thank you. Anything from board members? Not seeing anything. I will go ahead and open up this to the public. Do we have anyone in the room? Not seeing anyone in the room or in the online room. I'll bring it back to the board for consideration of action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve amendment number 1 to the agreement between the County of Lake and Redwood County Services, Inc., Phoenix House Crisis Residential Treatment Facility for fiscal year 2025-26, and authorize the board chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. And we're going to go ahead and move on to item 7.5, which is consideration to approve the submission of the attached letter to the Department of Healthcare Services, DHCS. And again, this will be presented by Director Jones.
All right. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. This issue arose first in 2022. It had been on our periphery where the Department of Healthcare Services initially announced that they submitted claims to Medi-Cal for individuals with unsatisfactory immigration status. Now that has, California has always paid for those services in California and understands that the federal government and Centers for Medicaid will not approve claims. They're not covered by Centers for Medicaid. However, DHCS mistakenly submitted those claims. They were adjudicated, later reviewed, and determined to be ineligible. That had nothing to do with how we submitted those claims on the county end. We don't have control over those levers in terms of whether claims are sent to CMS or not. We have requested all the claims level detail for all of those individuals and are actually still awaiting that from DHCS. That was over 2 weeks ago because we want to review those line by line. However, we are submitting this letter. I am not really expecting that they're going to turn around and say, oh, okay, we're not going to do that. However, given the significance of the amount, it's well over $1 million, and the current financial strain on our department to provide services that are required, it seems counterintuitive, and I am hoping to draw that issue to attention with the Department of Healthcare Services. There is also considerable discussion about this matter within California Behavioral Health Directors Association. We have been keeping them apprised. And there may be other counties that have or are planning to submit a similar letter. Again, the intention is to flag the issue with DHCS, and perhaps there will be a reconsideration, but that is the intent. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anything from board members? Supervisor Pyska, I believe you were first.
Well, I appreciate all the backup that Amber sent yesterday on this. This is just really unfortunate. But I agree with the letter. I would like to know if there's other ways that we can advocate through our lobbyists and our other, well, in CSAC and RCRC too. So is this something that you're talking about with your policy committee at all? Has it come up?
Not yet.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's a California issue or if other states are dealing with the same, because, I mean, according to what I'm understanding, this is the state of California that submitted these. This is not like an every county issue. So I guess it depends on the state and how it is that they fulfilled their claims, if it was through their own general fund or if it was going through the Medicaid process. But it sounds to me like this is not a new administration change based on HR 1 or any new changes like the state of California has changed how we deal with those that are undocumented currently. This is obviously from the past that the state was given a warning and the state is finally ready to start looking at taking action, which is unfortunate.
Any further comments?
But I will be looking into it and having conversation with Justin Garrett, Danielle Bradley over at CSAC, and seeing if there's anything else on the federal level that's happening to see what's possible.
Yeah, and then I saw Matthew come in wondering about our lobbyists too.
Can you address that, Matthew?
So I don't have an immediate update. This is Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. I don't have an immediate update from our lobbyists, but if it's the will of your board, we certainly can reach out to them on this topic. Wasn't cleanly a part of any one of your board's existing priorities. However, certainly it's relevant to, county revenues. There are other implications that it could be tied to, but we would seek clear direction from your board that was of interest, and then definitely can follow up in that respect.
All right, my comment would be I'm in support of your method of moving forward on this, and also I would agree that we should have our admin office work with our, what's the right word, our consultants. Lobbyists, I'm sorry. So if there's nothing further at this time from the board, I'll go ahead and, yes, Supervisor.
Just a couple of comments. One, obviously, not sending a letter is ridiculous. We got to at least give it a shot and see. Appreciate you being upfront about the possible amount. It's about 1.2 million total, a little bit below that. That's not a small number. What I wish is that we had discussed at least this concept during our budget time. I don't know if there was a conversation between admin and behavioral health where it was decided, let's find out more information. But the fact that the letter's from August and that we had hard discussions on changing the budget already in September, this is not, if this was 200,000, something like that, maybe I can understand not having the conversation, but 1.2 million is a large number. So I kind of wish that we had that conversation then. I don't have the greatest of hopes. I think the state of California is so tight and the federal government is so tight that nothing is going to change, and we're going to have to figure this out. So is this entirely on DCHS, or is there an action or activity that we need to change within to ensure, because this only goes to 2020. I know the original letters were 2022. Are we anticipating to find more between 2020 and 2022, or 2020 and up to 2025? Just kind of curious if there's more to come.
I appreciate that question. And the coding within the system and the submission of claims within our electronic health record, right? That's what it all ties back to. There isn't coding in our system to identify these data demographics. That happens at the state level when they adjudicate that individual's claim with their Medicaid status. And so we don't even have that information. No county does. That entirely lies with the state of California. And for whatever reasons, they inadvertently, mistakenly pushed through these claims to the feds, even though the California's practice has been not to do that, because we understand that those aren't covered by the federal government. And so those have always been effectively subsidized by the state general fund or other California funding sources. But there isn't anything that we would be able to do, or any county on a local level, to control any of those levers, unfortunately. I'm hopeful that because this issue has came up, they've done what they need to do on their end to make sure those claims don't make it to the federal government, and they adjudicate them properly within the local California finance system. As I said, I do know that this is a topic of ongoing discussion within CBHDA.
Okay. I guess my last question would be, and sorry, it's a bit of on the edges of this, with the changes at the state law, that undocumented are no longer eligible for certain services through Medi-Cal. Are we having to start to do our own immigration status check internally that we weren't doing before?
We have not crossed that bridge yet.
That would be, I think, as of January. Is that correct?
I believe that may be correct.
Yeah. Okay. Again, I think we have to send a letter. We have no choice. But we'll be bracing.
Anything further from the board? Not seeing any. I'll open this up to the public. Do we have anyone in the room? Not seeing nothing in the room, and I'll call on guest online. If you can unmute, please state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Supervisors. Angela Amaral. I just wanted to thank Director Elise for being so on top of this. I wanted to know if your thoughts on including a CC to the Center for Medicaid and Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, the federal agency, just to make them aware of what the state is trying to do. Perhaps they can offer some assistance to the county on the state's ability to request recoupment, even though the county does not send these to the federal government. That's at the state's discretion. So I don't feel that the county should be liable for this, and maybe including a CC to CMS, it might be helpful. I'm not sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Jones, is there any comment you'd want to make on that?
I will. That's an interesting thought, and I think I will confer with CBHDA and maybe even council as regards the utility of CCing CMS. I am a little reluctant to reach out to the federal government directly, but I will seek counsel.
Thank you. Any further comment online, Johanna? No more hands. I'll bring it back. Or Supervisor Sabati has further.
Yeah, just on that last comment, I don't mind doing a conditional if you get approval from those that are involved at the state level of lobbying for behavioral health as a whole, or for medical payments type of stuff that say, yes, that's a good idea, then I don't mind doing that. I just don't think they're going to care, because they're basically telling California, we're not giving you money for this. And so I just don't think it's a player in this game. But I don't mind doing a conditional just in case.
All right. Any further comments from the board? I'm good with, again, the method that you're handling it, to continue to collaborate with county council and CSAC and other counties. I think it sounded like we had consensus with that. So I'll go ahead and, do you have something further? I don't believe there's action, but is there?
It says consideration to approve, so I thought I'd make a motion to approve.
Okay, go ahead.
Move to approve with the conditional of CCing CMS if approvals from those that are assisting us in going through this process are there, but approve the submission of the attached letter to the Department of Healthcare Services.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. And that concludes that item. I believe that was your last item, Director?
Nope. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and call item 7.7. What's that? Okay. Consideration to A, waive the formal bidding requirement, and B, authorize the IT director to issue a purchase order for Microsoft 365 and associated services renewal in the amount of $343,629.24. With that, I'll turn it over to our IT director for presentation.
Morning, Shane French, IT Director. The county does utilize Microsoft 365 services. Essentially, every employee in the county has a license for these various products, mostly around the Office suite, Exchange email, and there's some security services that we purchase as well. Asking for your board to consider waiving the formal bidding requirement. This is a software that is purchased on a competitively bid contract issued by the County of Riverside. It's essentially the contract that pretty much every county purchases off in the state. I'm not going to get any better pricing than you can get on there. There's a handful of other items in here, such as SQL licensing. Basically, they bundle all this up together every year for us to re-up, and these are all subscription-based services. So that is the request in front of you.
Thank you. Do we have any thoughts from the board at this time?
No,
Not-
in support.
Not seeing any? Yes.
Just appreciate the interaction with Director French, and when you really break it down based on the number of licenses, it's $312 per year per person. It is a big number, but we also have currently 1128 allocations for staffing, so we're actually undercutting 28 people if we hired everybody.
Yeah, and just so you know, I mean, I've tried to be very careful about not over provisioning. That's why previously when I came to your board, I was buying these in tranches of like 250, so that we weren't buying a whole year's worth of $300 license for a seat that's not filled. And so, but we're filled now. Everything's been cut over. Everybody's on the licensing. So again, we try to keep the margin pretty thin, but we also don't want to, and we have run out of licenses at times when departments needed to onboard somebody. So I have to keep a little bit of a buffer there too.
Yeah, I'm in support. Nothing further from the board. We'll open it to the public. Do we have anybody in the room? Nobody in the room, nobody online. I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr.
Ed-
Chair, I move.
Hang on.
I noticed that there's two attachments that I didn't see before. Is there a difference between the two attachments? Because originally this was just a one renewal. Now it has another renewal with a different attachment.
I would expect there just to be the one. It's just basically a quote from Dell. And there's probably the form that we send to admin for approval of the purchase in there, I would assume.
Okay, that works.
Go ahead, Supervisor Pyska.
Sorry, apologize.
It's all right. I move that we waive the formal bidding process and authorize the IT director to issue a purchase order for Microsoft 365 and associated services renewal in the amount of $343,629.24.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, board.
I'm going to move to 7.8. No? 7.2. 7.2, consideration of an update on Habatten Big Lake Big Science documentary and approval of further usage of the film. And I'm going to turn that over to our Chief Deputy Administrative Officer, Matthew Rothstein, to start.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. As the chair stated, the vice chair, acting chair today, I'm Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. And as you're aware, the recent Soper Reese Community Theater premiere of Hobbiton Big Lake Big Science was a great success and has generated a very positive public response. The county's videographer, Sam Houston, has been crucial to that success, and the film truly celebrates Lake County's central feature, Clear Lake. The intent from the outset of this project has been to segment the film for use in educational settings, for example, and to present the full-length documentary at film festivals. These next steps are anticipated to occur in late 2025 and in 2026. To be clear, no request for any financial contribution is being made of the county at this time. Given the strong response thus far, staff anticipates that your board will support taking these further anticipated steps and sharing the film with a broader audience. However, staff and project partners Sam Houston and Lake County Land Trust are seeking your board's concurrence. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Looks like Supervisor Sabatier is first.
Yeah, and I apologize that I have not seen the latest revision that occurred at Soparis recently. But in the version that I've seen, the only time that we see the Lake County seal is at the very last 5 seconds after the credits. And since we pitched in a large sum, and since we want to, part of the reason the movie exists is because of that support that we provided, the funding, and obviously the hard work of those that were involved. Just wondering if we can get the seal of County of Lake Presents at the very beginning of that film rather than after everybody's walked out of the theater, where we're literally the last 5 seconds. Not sure if that has been changed in the updated version, but part of being a sponsor is to ensure that people see County of Lake when we are presenting this and not missing that opportunity. Granted, as you listen and you watch the movie, you'll catch on, but imagery is important. We see that in all the other films that are created, in the sense of really highlighting those that put the funding and made that possible. So that would be my one request. Other than that, absolutely yes.
Are we able to answer that question as to whether or not that has been changed? I don't recall from.
I don't believe that has been changed, but it certainly is something that can be done. Absolutely.
Okay. Anything further from supervisors? I'm in support of it. I believe we just need approval by consensus on this.
I'm in support.
And I can't disagree with having the county
No, I think that's a
seal
great,
prominently.
great comment.
I think we have consensus. Yeah, so I go ahead and open it up to the public, though. I don't believe I've done that yet. Do we have anyone in the room? Yes. Please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Acting Chair Rasmussen and Supervisors, Margot Kambara. This is a public comment that is similar to the one that I submitted in the comments this morning. Your board supported the documentary, Hobbiton, Big Lake, Big Science is encouraged. The documentary extends the positive effects of Clear Lake Integrated Science Symposium, which your board supported. CLIS and Hobbiton placed Lake County on scientific, cultural, and conservation center stage. The documentary has work products that can be extraordinary resources in Lake County classrooms, awakening the citizen scientists within our youth. Screening Hobbiton, Big Lake, Big Science in other locales and venues advances the documentary's messages. It also casts Lake County in a positive light, a forward-thinking community that celebrates the citizen scientists and conservation of Clear Lake. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Do we have anything further in the room? We have Assistant Administrative Officer Mr. Carter here.
Good morning, Board. There is one request that's coming from Sam and Angela. With the request related to the festivals, there's a very specific way it has to be submitted and order. Is it okay if the County of Lake seal comes at the beginning in the final version that is not part of those submissions, but of the actual final product that goes out to the public?
If it's problematic for those submissions, I don't have an issue with that.
So the true final would have it, but the festivals require a different format.
Yeah. No, if it's interfering with the submission, we need to give them what they need to get them into the festivals.
That's the request.
Can't make something that's going to cancel this process, so
All right.
I'm good with that.
And Johanna, I can't recall. Did I ask if there was anyone online? No hands in Zoom. Nothing else in the room, so I'll bring it back. It sounds like we have a consensus already, unless there's anything changed. And with that, I'll go ahead and close this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to go ahead and move to 7.8 unless that's problematic. But 7.8 is consideration of an update to the Lake County Library Collection Development Policy. And we actually have a request to continue this to a future date unknown at this point, I believe. Or do we have a date and time?
We don't need a time, but the date is the 21st.
The 21st. So anything from the board on a request to continue that to the 21st? Nobody has a concern. I'll go ahead and open that to the public for comment only as to whether or not we would continue this item, not the actual item. Seeing nothing in the room, anything online? No hands, bring it back to the board where I think we already have consensus to move it, so I'll close this item. And CAO, do you have a recommendation?
I do have a recommendation, Chair. Thank you for asking. You might want to try 7.1 before you go to lunch.
And that's what I was going to do? Anyway, so with that, who's ready to go on reports? Supervisor Sabatier will be first.
Let me see here. Looks like my calendar has been moved around quite a bit. I have a COC meeting on Thursday. Looks like Wednesday I have APC, but we had that last week, one of those awkward weeks where that moves around. Meeting with the grand jury in the afternoon. Then I've joined, I'm part of a CSAC working group right now on childcare. Since we have a lack of childcare, I made that mention earlier during our proclamations. And so I reached out to First Five because it's not on my radar and hasn't been on my radar to be part of the Lake County Children Planning Council or Child Care Planning Council. And so that will happen on Thursday at 3 p.m. So I'll be going to those meetings just to keep learning and keep better understanding. Through CSAC, we've been meeting with First Five, Chamber of Commerce, some very interesting data and statistics that I think would be useful for us to eventually discuss about the loss of productivity and the loss to the economy by not having the child care systems that we used to have pre-fire and pre-COVID. All of those things have had a major impact. And just unfortunately, the way that those providers are supported through programs does not lead to a very livable wage, which also decreases the number of facilities or home child cares that are available to us. So meeting there, going to the Resilient Reentry that will be happening Friday at 10 a.m. at Woodland Community College. Always a great event that I enjoy supporting. It packs that college. There's great food, great speakers, and just all around good support for those individuals that are trying to turn around their lives. And then that's all I got. And CAO meeting on Monday, meeting with Hamaton regarding our data for the COC, and back here on Tuesday.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Keep it short.
Sabatier, go ahead.
14th?
Sorry, I will not be here on Tuesday.
Nobody will, right?
Yes.
Okay, who's ready?
I kind of am.
Supervisor on?
Okay. So it's just not taking my, I'll just cancel it. I know what I'm doing. Jessica, are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Pyska.
It's not taking my ad.
Well, let's see. Tomorrow, I have my NACO EELU monthly call, the geyser and diverter agreement discussion here at the courthouse. We have the Big Valley Advisory Committee in the evening. Thursday, Space Committee meeting, and Fire Safe Council meeting. Then I have my, do I have my Resilient Communities call? I can't tell if that's real or not. And then the Geyser 65 Years Power People in Progress event. Friday, there's an RCRC and CSAC PG&E quarterly meeting, but I'm not going to go to Sacramento for it. I'll just do it from home. I'm not sure if I'll be able to make the resilient reentry because this thing is in the middle of the day. But I am going to go to the football game in Middletown Friday night with my family. Land trust dinner Saturday. And Monday, I have a meeting, a trail meeting with Redwood Trail Alliance and some other local stakeholders. I think I'll just stop there.
Okay, thank you. Are you ready, Supervisor?
Sure. I have, let me see, the geyser and diverter agreement, I believe. Some of it's cut off on here. And 2:30 tomorrow here at the courthouse, I believe. I have a levy meeting on the Hidden Valley Lake levy with Mr. Pawan tomorrow or Thursday morning at 10. A dentist appointment, and then the 65th anniversary of Calpine. They have a dinner there at the Calpine Center in Middletown at 5 p.m. And there's also a town hall, which I'm probably going to have to miss, which is the Middletown Town Hall that starts at 6. On Friday, I have a meeting at 9 a.m. here in Lakeport with Skeet Reese on the Big Bass tournament that he's bringing to us the end of June. And then I'll be going to Canocti Harbor to meet with them as well. I think at 11 is what time our meeting there is. And the weekend, I know I've got some stuff on the weekend. It's not registering.
All right, thank you. I attended the Blue Ribbon Committee meeting. The important thing there is it was confirmed that all of the 14 projects that were in the queue are going to move forward with the $13.6 million that was funded by the state this year. A couple of those were county projects, one of them being, I think it was around $400,000, if I remember right, that's going towards the sonic buoys that we had another grant for. But nonetheless, that's all moving forward. I went to the homeless COC Town Hall. The COC and Supervisor Sabatier did a great job running that, and we had good participation from the public. I've been to a meeting, and we'll go to the other one with Supervisor Owen on the bass tournament that she's working on. Went to the Farm to Fork dinner and the Pear Festival since we had a last regular meeting. Had a meeting with Supervisor Sabati and with the Lakeport Fire and the homeless shelter to get some communications concerns dialed in. I had a meeting with the Genealogical Society. We had an APC board meeting last week. I went with a couple other supervisors to the ribbon cutting for the new center out at Sutter Lakeside Hospital. We had a COC meeting. Over this past weekend, I went to the sponsoring survivorship event and an Operation Tango Mike benefit breakfast. I'm going to try to go to National Night in Lakeport tonight if this meeting ends.
It will never end.
It may not. I plan to go to the Big Valley Groundwater Ad Hoc meeting this week on the 8th, and possibly the CTA Adventure that they're having. I will be at the Space Committee meeting with Supervisor Pyska. I've also got Mental Health Advisory Board meeting this week. I plan to go to the Geysers, the 65-year anniversary. I'm registered for that. And then that meeting with Helen or Supervisor Owen again this Friday on the bass tournament. And then I plan to go to the Harvest Festival in downtown Lakeport. And then I'm going to participate in another fundraiser for Operation Tango Mike at that ranch on Saturday, and then go to the Lake County Land Trust dinner that night. And that concludes my report. And Supervisor Sabatier has an addition.
I missed something important. On Thursday night, I went to the Beacon of Hope dinner that Adventist Health was putting together, and I hope I don't miss any names, but certain members of the Lake County team received awards. And so of those awards was Liberty Francis, Trish Wingler, and Saul Sanabria I believe those were the only Lake County recipients. This was to award those that are involved in our healthcare systems, that are making changes in our communities. There were many more that were nominated throughout the entire evening, but those were some of the award winners that we were proud to see gaining awards for the work that they are doing all over at Health Services. And I believe that soon we will be hearing updates from Health Services about some of the activities specifically around tobacco retail license that are occurring, and it's exciting to hear what's happening.
Thank you for remembering that. And with that, we'll go ahead and break for lunch and we're our meeting back to order. And we're gonna start with our 1 o'clock item 611, which is consideration of Western Region Town Hall presentation to the Lake County Board of Supervisors. With that, I will turn this over to the council of the Western Region Town Hall.
Thank you. My name is Tim Chiara. I live in Nice. Western Region Town Hall was formed in 2017. Supervisor Jim Steele saw the Municipal Advisory Council as a necessary component to the Office of County Supervisor, providing information concerning local issues and needs that might otherwise be overlooked. Since that time, Western Region Town Hall has continued being a squeaky wheel on various subjects, from Upper Lake levee maintenance to the recent biochar installation and the need for law enforcement and code enforcement efforts in Nice. To say that this has been an educational opportunity would be an understatement. As one of the most basic components of local government, Western Region Town Hall has shown that timely citizen input is possible and should be encouraged in every way available. Municipal Advisory Council members serve at their own expense from a desire to increase participation by local communities in the affairs of governance. Western Region Town Hall has had the privilege of inspirational models to that end. Our first chairman, Gene Polino, and council member Melinda Wright both gave of their time and resources to further the successful operation of Western Region Town Hall. We celebrate their example and seek to continue along the path they traveled with us. We commend the Board of Supervisors for continuing to utilize the Municipal Advisory Councils as an unparalleled resource of local expertise and knowledge concerning matters of public health, safety, welfare, public works, and planning. We look forward to a productive future for all the residents of Lake County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dave Hendrick, and I'm with the Pile Road Subcommittee for the cleanup of Pile Road. The Pile Road Cleanup Subcommittee has been working on actively cleaning up the area around Pile Road for about 2 years. Before that, we have been independently trying to clean up and stop squatters from moving into the roughly 6,000 lots of the Clear Lake Gardens subdivision. The committee comprised of 4 members of the community. We have been diligently reporting to Western Region Town Hall about progress and problems involved in cleaning up. This year, we have seen a major effort by county code compliance, and since the implementation of the COPTER program, there has been much achievement towards our goals. County code enforcement officers Norman Joey Valdez and Logan Smith have been extremely helpful and aggressively worked with contractors to clean up many of the sites. This is one of them that was really a mess, and that was right on the edge of Pile Road. Between the free dump days and code enforcement's contracted cleanup efforts, close to half of the dump sites have been mostly cleaned up. 39 dump sites, I believe. Logan's continued pressure on dumpers has resulted in the dumpers going back and actually cleaning up their own messes in a couple of cases, and that was really good. It resulted in a bunch of vehicles that have been there for many, many years being cleaned up and removed. The continued pressure on the squatters living on the various parcels has helped us to keep others from moving in. The results are clear that if the area looks cleaner, there's less likelihood of people dumping and less likelihood of squatters moving in. And the word is out, they won't be able to simply camp on land they don't even own. This is the map, and the white sites are the ones that have been cleaned up. The present issue is that several of the squatters have moved onto reservation land down on the end of Pile Road, and neither the county sheriff nor CHP is willing to stop or do anything with that. The code enforcement is unable to do anything as well because they're on Indian land. Once again, we face the daunting challenge of getting little assistance to getting anything done, and there have been several more dump sites recently added in that area right at the end of Pile Road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Julia Carrera, Worth Levy Subcommittee Chair Lead, and I'm here today to present on our work that we've done thus far. There's a video that will be playing while I'm speaking, I hope. Efforts to manage high stream flows and relocate annual watercourses began with early agriculture in the Upper Lake Valley. In approximately 1958, the Army Corps of Engineers and Bureau of Reclamation built the Middle Creek and Clover Creek levees, including a large flood control channel that you see there, aka the Middle Creek Diversion Project. They did this to prevent frequent flood of the town of Upper Lake. They also relocated the lower portion of Clover Creek south of Highway 20. This system is an imperfect system. We are grateful Lake County Department of Water Resources continues to look at the issues, and the discussion needs to expand. As you can see, sediment and gravel washed down from the Mendocino National Forest mountains is trapped between the levees, which is a forever maintenance problem. In some areas, like Alley Creek near Pitney Lane and at the diversion structure, the initial engineering was poor. From 1960 to 96, the State Department of Water Resources provided maintenance, but in 1996 discontinued it and left maintenance to Lake County. Maintenance activities conducted by Lake County include levee patrolling, especially during and after high water events, emergency flood fights as needed, mowing of grasses, control of weeds with herbicides, removal of excess woody growth, trees and bushes within the levee easements, maintenance of levee roads, removal and trimming of the trees and brush within the creek's active channel, as you see there, periodic removal of sediment deposits, as you see there. That is the confluence, and that is now full of gravel and removed the check dam. Some of these items have not been done in recent years or have been done in a poor and or incomplete manner as compared to earlier county efforts. Thank you very much to the Water Resources Department for their extraction efforts and for contracting with a local firm, Coleman Construction, for the recent sediment removal that took place at the Clover Alley confluence and at the diversion structure. There is no removal of the overgrown vegetation dams anywhere in the channel as of yet. To the best of this committee's knowledge, based on research and our prior county employee interviews, in 60 plus years, there has never been any attempt to return the system to its original design capacity through major removal of accumulate sediment. You can see some of those patches. That gray is all sediment. Of immediate urgency is the very large growth of vegetation, including some trees over 40 feet tall, growing directly in the flood channel, as the video depicts. Over the last 10 to 12 years, there have been at least 5 different directors of the Water Resources Department and Watershed Protection District, and many new employees. In this committee's opinion and view, this has resulted in serious loss of institutional memory as well as shifting priorities. There also appears to have been a loss of practical know-how in carrying out the regular maintenance functions. We, the people of Upper Lake, as stakeholders and citizen scientists, would like to have an ongoing dialogue with the County Watershed Protection District and its staff about permits, funding and performance of maintenance activities, and the possibility of the existing scourer continuing to advance into the levee itself. This committee supports a vigorous gravel extraction and vegetative dam removal effort to champion the mandated Clear Lake Hitch habitat restoration and reduce flooding to the Upper Lake community. We support the Watershed Protection District and Board of Supervisors taking advantage of knowledge and skills of persons in the Upper Lake community who have observed the levee system for many years and decades. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you so much. I'm Thomas Aceves. I live in Nice, and I'm the chairman of the Western Region Town Hall. At this point in the presentation, I'll be stepping in for Claudine Pedricelli, who cannot be here today. She's the Upper Lake representative, and she's on a subcommittee called the School Traffic Safety Committee. She has been on the Worth since its inception in 2017, which she has proudly served. Now she has the subcommittee with Mary and Ray Friedrich. Their goals: to work at providing a traffic safety to all students at Upper Lake Unified School District. Number two, to work towards crosswalks that ensure safety while crossing roads. AB 413 is a law that prohibits parking within 20 feet of crosswalks. We need to work toward that. CHP drive-bys are in place at drop-off and pickup times at Upper Lake Elementary, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Calling complaints of reckless driving, she requests. Success, number four, success. On private school property, they have placed a stop sign and no left turn at Upper Lake Elementary to create safety awareness. Number five, they are working on placing speed bumps on 2nd Street, Upper Lake, to slow down speed. A donation is available. Discussion with Lake County Public Works will continue on this matter. Number six, school zone safety. These are the priorities. Slow down, stay alert, never block crosswalks, no distractions, including, of course, texting, no double parking, teach your children to look both ways. Number seven, ongoing requests to county to secure a much-needed stop sign at Middle Creek and 2nd Street in Upper Lake. Accidents occur here regularly. The Safety Committee will continue to make Upper Lake a safe place for students in the community. It takes all of us to work together to achieve this life-saving end result. Thank you.
Hello, Lisa Marie Benavides, Upper Lake representative. One of our responsibilities on the MAC is to act as the bridge between the community and the Board of Supervisors. To effectively fulfill this, timely and effective communication is paramount. Supervisor Crandall's availability has been much appreciated, and we look forward to the continued relationship building and responding to community asks, like the Upper Lake Dump Day that Supervisor Crandall coordinated and assisted with on September 13th. Our hope today is that that availability and responsiveness can be cultivated across the county officials. Unfortunately, multiple community members have reported non-responses to public information requests and formal requests from our Worth chair for county officials to attend our meetings or present during our public monthly meeting have frequently gone unresponded to. We understand there are many projects in the air, and multiple priorities can result in our officials being stretched thin. We do not wish to add to that burden. However, our success is fundamentally attached to our ability to communicate within reasonable timelines and through various methods with our leaders. We hope that through relationship building and from presentations such as this one, we are able to connect more effectively to continue to serve the Worth constituents proudly and efficiently. We are an asset to your work, and together we can accomplish so much more.
Again, I'm Thomas Aceves, chairman of the Worth Western Region Town Hall. I want to thank the supervisors and Chairman Crandall for inviting us here. We've prepared this, and we hope it's informative to you in understanding our issues and how to come together and help bring policies and ordinances that will help North Shore and many of our other county areas. I want to thank, again, Chairman Crandall and all of you for inviting our Western Region Town Hall Council for letting us share our presentations, which included celebrating our successes and voicing our concerns in our communities. As you heard today from this great group of people, I feel the Municipal Advisory Council is filled with insightful solutions and knowledge from vast spectrum of experiences, including past vocations, life experiences, and education. In fact, this experience, we believe we can continue to help our supervisor and the Board of Supervisors find better solutions and outcomes for all the North Shore communities. Therefore, we're excited to announce, for the first time in our county, a joint venture between the 3 municipal advisory councils on the North Shore. Fairly soon, you'll see the launch of our District 3 combination SuperMAC, meeting focusing directly on issues that the whole North Shore feels that need to be addressed. In fact, we have sent out a survey in the last few weeks, which has been a couple months now, asking for our North Shore communities to highest priorities that need to be addressed. We hope to launch this first meeting in the fourth quarter, which we're in, and we hope to launch that fairly soon. Also, we acknowledge that the recent explosion and subsequent fire of a red tag house on Hudson Street in Nice, which has happened over a month ago or so, the Western Region Town Hall Council feels there may be a disconnect between the Lake County Sheriff Department and code enforcement on lawful occupation within red tag dwellings. Therefore, we're happy that Supervisor Crandall has committed to organizing a town hall, including the Lake County Sheriff Department and code enforcement, to help clarify their obligations to the law on red tag occupancy and to help them understand our community's needs on overall code enforcement issues that still plague our communities. In fact, we've created a new copter oversight committee on Western Region Town Hall to focus on these very concerns. We do celebrate the recent outcomes, though. We want to celebrate those. The trash dump days that have happened and accepted over 1.4 million tons of trash on the North Shore was awesome. Also, the recent Upper Lake trash collection. The focus of the community-oriented policing targeted relief, which is COPTER, on aggressively handling, we want to celebrate them on handling code enforcement issues, including the Pile Road dump areas. It's awesome that WEC got cleaned up. The Western Region Town Hall Council and our community want to thank all the county staff and the leadership that make these outcomes happen. However, it was with the utmost decency that we ask all departments to show transparency and hold them accountable for their outcomes and deliverables. Moreover, as Lisa's presented, we ask for reasonable, timely feedback and responses to our emails and phone calls from the departments we reach out to. Now, with all the presentations today, we encourage the board to work with Supervisor Crandall in creating policies to help find solutions to our concerns that still plague our communities. We hope that this presentation helps you understand with clarity our accomplishments and continued concerns. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Thank you. That concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Aceves, for the presentation. At this time, I'll open it up for any questions or comments from the board, and I believe Supervisor Sabatier is first.
I appreciate the presentation. I think learning more of some of the concerns, specifics, and successes that are happening in individual, not just districts, but regions of a district is important for all of us to know. I'm happy you guys highlighted COPTER. I think it's always a work in progress, but I'm seeing and hearing positive feedback from it and expecting to continue to hear positive feedback as we keep going and keep learning more about how best to handle the issues that are in the North Shore area, especially Upper Lake and Nice. And paper parcels, you know, I understand that that is a high concern and we need to deal with those. Thomas, I've known you as the original trash picker-upper. I believe you had the Nice Lucerne Cutoff Road dedicated specifically to you. Still do. And I love seeing you being a part of Worth and continuing to be on that mission and getting more people to join you and making that happen. I believe the creek that was highlighted, I know we used to have a gentleman named Paul, I want to say, who used to show up at the Middle Creek restoration, because that is a alteration of the original, I believe, and that it was supposed to go down south first and foremost into the Middle Creek area. And I'm hoping, as I know there's a long time, but as we progress in our Middle Creek restoration project, that maybe there's ways to restore that original creek so that it doesn't have the impact that it does in Upper Lake, because we've seen the pictures and we know that inundations do occur. So I'm happy that there's work going on there. I'm glad you guys are focused on those things. And again, happy to learn more and hear about the successes and continued concerns, and appreciate the feedback from you guys today in your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything further from the?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Go ahead, Supervisor Hahn.
I was pretty impressed with seeing the map with all those white markers on it. That was impressive. Thank you. So it's great to see what you're doing, and I think the free dump days, that speaks volumes, and then to actually see it on the map of all those areas that you guys cleaned, that's phenomenal. And I think that's a really cool idea with your Supermax, with your town halls kind of joining together. I think that's a pretty cool idea, and there's power in numbers, so that's perfect. So thank you for what you're doing.
And I appreciate the presentation today. I appreciate that you submitted all the statements to us beforehand, as well as the PowerPoint that you had. So we've had a chance to look at that before the meeting and during the meeting. So that was helpful. I appreciate the work that Worth is doing. I think somebody mentioned it. Our town halls, our municipal advisory councils are important in that they're an avenue for the specific areas of different communities to be able to, go have an easier time providing information, which, that can then be sent up, through your council up to the Board of Supervisors. So that's important. Appreciate what you guys are doing, and thank you for the presentation today. Anything further? Yes, Supervisor
Just
Sabatier.
one more thing. I missed one of your committees, and I appreciate hearing it, and I knew it existed, was basically the school safety one. I think every community has to deal with pick up and drop off at schools, and it's always chaos. And so the fact that you have a community organized forum to be able to talk about those things and what's needed, I think every community would benefit from having one of those. I know we're having discussions about some of that as well, and so I appreciate that you have had some small successes and continuing to look for more. So I think that's a big win to have that.
At this point, I'll go ahead and open this to the public. If we have anybody in the room who wishes to comment, seeing none. Johanna, do we have anyone online? Or we do have one in public, in the room. State your name for the record, please, sir, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm John Laboito. I have been farming in Upper Lake for 10 or 12 years. My property is located my property straddles the levees and the diversion structure. I'm kind of at ground zero for some of the situations that have been described here. This has been of great interest to me. It's right smack in my backyard. And the thing is that in the 10 or 12 years that I've been here, we have had 5 different directors of water resources and innumerable young employees. And so I really want to stress this loss of institutional knowledge, as well as the loss of practical know-how in getting these maintenance activities done. And what I think we, with the town hall, would really like to have happen is that we could have a small subcommittee somehow that would meet with the Water Resources Department on a regular basis, monthly, 6 weeks, 2 months, whatever it is, and go over the status of, funding, where the permits are, what the obstacles are, but particularly what our own observations are out there on the levees. Because I know I talk to the younger employees out there. They have their own mindset of what they think is going on. They don't have any background about what's gone before. The Coleman was out there in the last 2 weeks. He took away a few truckloads of gravel. That's all to the good. Doesn't begin to address the major problem that we see. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the room, was there anyone online, Johanna? No hands, then we'll go ahead and close this item. Thank you again for being here today. We appreciate it. And we're going to be in a short recess for 3 minutes because the rest of our items are timed, and so I've got to wait till 2:30. I'm sorry, 1:30. 1:30. Yeah. Okay. It's 1:30. We're going to call the 612 item, hearing consideration of hearing request regarding code enforcement notice of nuisance and order to abate 14526 Sneed Drive, Cobb, APN number 052-042-11, property owner Jose Barbosa Garcia. And with that, I'll turn it over to community development. Oh, we need to swear in, I'm sorry. If anyone here for a witness or staff that's going to testify needs to raise your right hand and be sworn in.
All right. So if you're on Zoom and you're going to speak to this, please raise your hand in Zoom. That includes county staff. Okay, Craig Weatherby has his hand up. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
I do.
Thank you, Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. I will turn this presentation over to Code Enforcement Manager Marcus Beltramo.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcus Beltramo. I'm the manager of the Code Enforcement Division for the County of Lake. You can sit down for right now, unless you wish to stand. You have either choice.
I can stand.
The property here today, 14526 Sneed Drive, Cobb, California, received a request for a hearing in front of the Board of Supervisors, basically contesting our notice. A notice of nuisance in order to abate was issued against the property for violations of the Lake County Code. That being said, we'll go ahead and start with our presentation. We always like to give a map so people have some context as to the location of the property. The property is a vacant piece of land. It's in the Cobb area. Based on our last board hearing, seems like a lot more information. The board was seeking a lot more information, so I included a lot more information that may be relevant to the situation for the board's review. The property is in the name of Jose Barbosa Garcia. He's been on the property or recorded on title since February 5th, 2025. The property is zoned as a single-family residential property. The primary purpose is to establish an area for residential dwelling units. The property is currently a vacant lot with no improvement or structures. The property is at the assessment office. The property is only being reassessed for land. No structures are being assessed for any value. There's no permits on file, building permits on file. There's no planning permits on file, although a grading questionnaire was completed by Mr. Garcia regarding some grading issues. Water and sewer, I believe it's at the street, so service is available, but they would have to connect a water line and pay for that service. So there is no utilities or infrastructure to the property currently. Regarding septic information, environmental health had a letter on file. The director of the Environmental Health Department, Craig Weatherby, is on Zoom in case you need more commentary or for him to comment on the letter or to address any specific issues related to the septic, as he is an expert in that field. But some pertinent statements that were contained in that letter is that the conditions in this area of the site do not appear to meet minimum requirements as set forth by the Lake County standards for subsurface and alternate sewage and non-water carried water disposal. Another line in that letter was, given the lot size and or conditions which exist on or around this property, there is not sufficient area to allow for development and the construction of an adequate disposal system. Another excerpt, the property has been denied based on soil modeling. I hope I said that right. I apologize. I haven't seen that one. Indicating that the depth to the winter water table is above acceptable limits. A winter recheck can be made to determine the actual depth to the water table, and that that person at the time was to contact the office. So we did receive a complaint on this property. There was a complaint made by a person of the public. These are the photos that were attached to the complaint. As you can see on site, is under our definition, it's a recreational vehicle, but it's a trailer, and some miscellaneous storage that's occurring on the property. Code enforcement looks at anything that's stored on the property beyond 30 days. We consider that storage. We consider that not to be temporary use. We consider that be permanent use. So if it's over 30 days, we believe that we consider that storage. And for this property, because it is zoned an R1 property, it first has to have a primary residential dwelling unit on the property. Storage is considered a secondary or subordinate use to the primary purpose. Code enforcement then, after receiving the complaint in May of 2025, went out to the property, and these are the photos we took of what's occurring on the property or existing. Again, you have the trailer of vehicles parked there, plus some miscellaneous items. Those miscellaneous items are also considered storage items as well. Just another picture from a different angle so you can see how the property was being used in May of 2025. We went back, so Chris went out there, made contact with the people at the property, gave them 2 weeks to remove the items from the property. When he came back in June of 2025, he took these photos. In this instance, there's no car here, but there is a trailer, and then looks like some cinder blocks and some other miscellaneous items. Again, this property is to be a vacant lot with no foreign materials or debris or issues or anything located on the property or situated on the property. Just another photo from a different angle. So we issued a notice of violation and a notice of nuisance in order to abate against the property for several violations of the Lake County Code, the main one being storage on the property or anything contrary, use contrary to Chapter 21, which is the Lake County zoning ordinance. Mr. Mr. Garcia filed a request for a hearing. This is his request. He states in there, as part of his request, he gives a reason why he's contesting our notice, and he provided a reason there. Staff recommends the Board of Supervisors uphold the notice of nuisance in order to abate and instruct staff to move forward with its abatement processes to remove all issues situated on the property, to remove them from the property. And at this time, this concludes my presentation.
And would you be having environmental health testify, or is he just available for
I
questions?
had environmental health here today in case questions arose.
Okay.
If the board had any questions, I am not the expert as it relates to the septic. The letter was a old letter, so issues may have changed, and I felt it was appropriate to have the director here to testify as to any issues. There may be new information that he could provide. Also, this may be information for the appellant, so he understands his property as well. So I just had him on standby in case the board needed any material expert information.
Okay. Does the board have any questions
I
right
have
now
none.
for our staff before we move on?
I'd just like to also add, Code Enforcement Officer Christopher Colin's here. He was directly on site. He can answer any direct questions too.
Okay. Do you have a question for our
I
staff?
do. I was just wondering about the septic, what was going on with that, if there's no septic tank, and so I was more interested in what Craig had to say.
Well, first, there is no septic to my knowledge on the
That's what I
property.
was getting at. I
just
wanna
wanted
know
to add
what's
that
going
as
on.
part of the building process, which it's my understanding Mr. Garcia wishes to build there someday, that's one of the first steps you have to take in the building process. And from our last hearing, I thought it'd be relevant just to have that information, so that seems to be something the board was interested in our last hearing.
Yeah, I was interested in what's going on right now pertaining to the sewage, as well as I know that you had mentioned that it looks like the soils are not conducive to having a septic tank put in place because of the water levels. Is that right, Mr. Craig?
Weatherby, do you want to address Supervisor Owens' question?
Sure. So yes, this property does have a very old site evaluation that was conducted. It was conducted under the current LCR rules and regulations that we currently enforce today. A letter was issued in 1992 for a denial. It's very rare that we actually get an outright denial on a property, but in this property's case, based on what was found, that denial would stand today as well. The conditions of soil for this property are such that we have a very high groundwater. There is off-road drainage going through this property, and it's the side of a mountain with a lot of shale. So treatment in a septic system is really not appropriate on this site. It is entirely possible that an engineered system may work out, but even that's kind of a difficult proposition for the soil conditions of this particular lot. As we stand right now, there is no septic system on that site, no septic tank, no leach field. Any sewage that's being generated on site is either being discharged on site or it's being collected in a temporary capacity and then hauled off. both activities for residential are prohibited under our Lake County rules.
Thank you.
Any further question? Wait till, okay. So at this point, we can turn it over and allow Mr. Garcia to provide his testimony to the Board of Supervisors.
First of all, I want to apologize for my sudden, abrupt arrival to this county. So, in terms of the septic system, I'm working with this engineer, so I have the grading and the septic for that property. I provided him the report that was made. I contacted environmental health for it. Based on that, he engineered the system. I need to go to the address to go drop it off. In terms of like an architect having the building design, it's in the works right now. I do not have it completed. In terms of his question about like the sewage disposal, I am collecting it. I am hauling it off. Yeah.
So I just want to be clear. So your testimony is that you have hired an engineer that did an engineered septic design, that you're in possession of a report
That's correct.
that you need to deliver to environmental health that they have not seen yet?
That's
Is that what you're stating?
Yes.
Okay. Any
I
questions?
can confirm that I have not yet received any report from anybody on this property.
Thank you, Craig. And he did acknowledge that he has not turned one in at this point. Supervisor Pyska?
Sure. Marcus, can you pull the pictures back up, please? Sorry, Johanna.
Which one do you want?
Here, okay, so you have the pictures from, I think, May. Those are the first pictures before the road was done?
These are the May so this
Okay,
is plain
yeah, stop right there. So that's before the road was done, so that was in May. And you can't really see, but there's a big pile of branches in between the road and the car. And then if you go to the June pictures, you can see the branches there. And now you've added sand or gravel or something on top of all that fill.
Yeah. I was made aware of that. Not to put blame on nobody, but I wasn't responsible for that. It was my dad that once he was around, like he wanted to do things around the property, and that's kind of like what he started doing. But I was made aware that I have to take that off. I haven't started that because I had something else that came up. But I do plan on hauling that off also.
Okay. And you can see the highway right above your lot. And you see those guardrails?
Yes.
The highway slipped out because the water table is so high there. This is not a safe place to be building. If you want to go through the process and turn in your plans and see if an engineered system will work there, you can go through the process, but you cannot live there. It's against our code. You can't be living on site and storing things unless you have a building permit. And that's really what we're talking about today. So if you're working with an engineer and you've got some plans and you want to take them through environmental health, you're allowed to do that. But today, you cannot have all these things on this property, and you need to clean up all of that debris that's there, okay?
I understand.
That's what this is about today.
Yes.
Anything further from the board? No. Supervisor Sabatier?
I mean, hopefully there's you said your family is helping you. Hopefully there's somebody that can help you to store what you have here in the appropriate locations. hopefully you can get some permits and do what you want to do. And hopefully that'll be in the right order of operations, because I want you to find success in what you're attempting to do. But at this point, that is not the appropriate way to find that level of success. And so hopefully you can get that cleaned up so we don't have to do it for you. That would be the best way.
Oh, yes.
That way you can organize how that works. But right now we've been waiting and it just hasn't happened. So I hope you find what you're looking for eventually.
No, yeah. I just haven't started that because I was taking care of another thing I had. But I do plan on taking that to a disposal facility with my truck.
And I just want to add one thing. The way you started, there's no need to apologize. Welcome to the area. Let's do it right. But there's no need to apologize for abruptly coming into the county. I showed up in the county one day too. There's no need to apologize. But let's make sure that we do this correctly so that you can find what you're looking for.
No, yes.
And do you have staff that wanted to provide testimony? If
He's here for questions if you have any.
okay, he raised his hand, so I didn't. If you need to come up and state your name and speak to the mic, if.
My name is Christopher Colin. I'm code enforcement officer with the County of Lake. Good afternoon. I just wanted to put my input on that pile of debris. We don't have anything written up for the debris. It's only for the storage that occurred after the notices were written. So right now there's no timetable for that. Only that which is elapsed for the accessory use, the storage of the trailer and other miscellaneous.
Thank you. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that even in your March 27 photos, it looks like there's some debris there off in that basic area. Yeah, right there, you can see it on the right-hand side. There was already debris there.
That was essentially like the cleanup, and then we piled it together.
Sure.
But I wanted to actually, like, instead of dumping it in that,
Pushing it over the bank.
I wanted to collect it.
Yeah.
Like, my dad was around. He's no longer here.
Okay.
But he did that. I'm sorry for that.
That's okay. No, what I'm basically trying to say is, I know that you didn't create that. It just, you moved it a little bit, is what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
So anyway, welcome and good luck. And I hope all this works out.
Thanks. And for Jessica, I just want to clarify. So my plan for that property, I wanted to do some heavy construction, I metal, steel beams. I even have the email of the architect. I do plan on having a small kind of condo style, where it's the garage and then the living space on the top. 2-car garage. In terms of the water table and you said about the rain, is that an absolute, or can that be worked around?
I think the most important thing right now is to follow the proper process. And when you buy a lot and you want to start building a home, there is a process you have to follow, and community development staff can help you with that. But what we can't allow is people to move onto the property before that process has begun. That's really the issue. We have, this is public safety, right? You say you're removing your waste from the trailer. Some people don't. We don't know what's going on, and that could potentially cause.
I know.
So to live on a parcel in Lake County, you have to have water, you have to have septic, you have to have a lot of things. And we do have a pathway where you can temporarily live in a trailer, but you have to already have your building permit submitted and approved. You have to be working on building your home. So if you did all those things, potentially you could live on the property while you're building it. But you kind of jumped around in the process here. And we have to be, we have to hold firm to our processes, because sometimes these situations are very dangerous to the environment and the people that live in the community. That's why we have these standards, this process, and these ordinances. So that's why this has to get abated. That's the first priority before we can start looking at anything else.
Okay, so, yeah, so again, we're not ruling on whether you can build or what you can build or how you can build, just this situation. Having that in mind, do you have any further testimony that you want to provide? Okay, and anything else from back to?
Yes, thank you.
No, we haven't got there yet.
Given our reluctance to spend taxpayer dollars to remove the trailer and the savings, we'd like to amend or recommend an amendment to the motion to authorize code enforcement to move forward with the abatement if it's not corrected within 2 weeks.
Okay,
Can you do that?
okay, so
Can I get more than 2 weeks?
they're offering 2 weeks. That's what we have to make a decision on.
I can make it work.
Okay.
Okay, good.
All right, so if there's nothing further from either side, then I'm going to go ahead and open it to the public. Wait a second, we have staff raising their hand.
I just want to sorry, Christopher Colin, Code Enforcement once again. I just wanted to clarify, it's just the storage on the lot, not in the trailer, not 2 weeks to do that, and the debris in the gully there. Okay.
Yeah, we need you to get closer to the mic. We can't hear it on video.
I just wanted to clarify that it's just the things that are being stored on the parcel and the travel trailer, not the debris in the gully that's given the 2 weeks. So it's
Correct.
not that whole
That's
stuff
easy.
in there. Okay.
Although we would not be opposed if you would voluntarily like to move the debris, it'd be a nice thing for the community. We'd appreciate it.
All right, with that, I'll go ahead and open this for public comment. If you have comment, you need to approach the mic, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Emily Jane Vitale, and I live across the street from this situation. And I'm really concerned because there is no water, there is no sewer, and there's no electric. And there is a generator he uses. He pours gas in an open field, the open area, which concerns me. The other part is there's no water. They were getting water out of the pond for a while. The father was hauling water up. So it just concerns me. It's a mess. I want him to build. I don't want this mess across the street from me. I'm hoping that the cars are, he has a Tesla apart in pieces. I don't know. It's just like a shade tree mechanic area now too. So I'm hoping, I was the one who called the county about the road debris. When they ripped up the roads, they dumped the debris into the drainage ditch. I called the county because I was concerned. It just didn't seem right. So I'm hoping to take that into, that debris is all going to come down into that area with that big pipe, and it's going to get clogged up and we're going to have a flood. So I'm hoping that debris, when that first rain comes, it's big rain, it's going to be ugly. So I'm hoping that gets cleared up quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Sabatier?
I just want to clarify that I understood right, that in doing the road work, we put that debris there?
We need to look into that. I don't know.
Just because, the gentleman needs to take care of what is his, but if that is our doing, I just want to say we should take responsibility for that. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I just wanted to clarify that that's what I heard.
The gelati trucks. The sweeper came easily 15, 20 times.
Sure.
And then when a big dump truck came and dumped all the, macadam into the area. So.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we take responsibility and not dump it on someone else.
We need to follow up with Public Works on this, because that is a drainage. And that's why I was wondering why, that load of sand or gravel appeared after the road work was done.
Okay, is there any further public comment?
And because that is a drainage, and we do have culverts under the road, and a lot of water moves through that area.
Okay. So was there any other public comment online? If there's no other public comment, I'll bring this back to the board for consideration of action.
What's the recommended action now?
It's the motion as on the staff report, but a slight amendment. So we do recommend that the Board of Supervisors uphold the non-ODA, the notice of nuisance in order to abate. And if not corrected 2 weeks from today's hearing, instruct staff to move forward with its abatement processes to remove the recreational vehicle and other miscellaneous items from the property, restoring the lot back to a vacant parcel and in compliance with the Lake County zoning ordinance.
And
Thank you, Supervisor. If I may add, that the correction that's referenced by Director Turner would be done by the property owner under that 2-week period. That
so
would be done.
moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No opposition. Motion carries. We'll go ahead and close that item. Thank you.
Got a few more minutes.
Again, we'll be in a short recess for 4 minutes. 6.13 item, 2 p.m. item, which is consideration of a county fee deferral program and participating in California statewide Community Development Authority's statewide community infrastructure program. With that, I'll turn it over to our Deputy CAO, Ben Rickelman.
Good afternoon, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. These are 2 program proposals. This is informational only. It would require further board action. I do have a PowerPoint prepared. Okay. So this is regarding county fees deferral program that would assist with development. And then there's a larger program somewhat in the same vein that's operated by a joint powers authority, the California Statewide Community Development Authority. And so that'll be the second half of the presentation. So why do a fee deferral program? There's a lot of upfront costs with development before the property is generating revenue, especially here in California. And a lot of that is outside the county's hands, but there are some actions we can take to assist. So the idea would be to set up a revolving fund, and for qualified projects, they could have certain county fees deferred for a certain amount of time. The thought is it would be the time frame for the deferral would be the certificate of occupancy or 5 years, whichever came first. There's a wide range of time frames different counties and cities use for this type of program. So what type of building type would this program apply to? There's also a range if you look at programs with different California cities and counties. My initial thought in discussion with county staff is it would initially be restricted to commercial and multifamily. And the reason behind that is to protect the county with its deferral. Basically, you're putting money up front. It requires some legal legwork. We would have standardized forms to make it easier on county staff, and then working with the county attorney's office to put these agreements together. But there would have to be some sort of agreement to protect the county, probably a lien, and there could also maybe be a surety bond. And so as this is a county fee deferral program, I think it's important to emphasize this is just for county fees. Like this wouldn't impact school districts. That's outside of our jurisdiction. And Lake County doesn't have as many or as large of impact fees as a lot of especially the more urban areas of California. But two of the more prominent ones is water and sewer for special district service areas. So again, going back to SB Connected with the county, this would not be a fee deferral program for independent sewer systems. But for special districts, it could be part of the process. And then fire mitigation fees. Again, and then to emphasize for special districts and the fire districts, they would not be short-changed at the front. That's the purpose of the revolving loan. So they would be made whole up front. This would take some staff time, so there would be a fee with the program, but also just quality control and to make sure developments are in a good place for this to make sense for both the county and the developer. Entitlements would need to be completed. So that's going through, minor and major use permit process, CEQA, whatever has to do with design and zoning. So those would all have to be completed before someone applied for this program. Generally, how these programs work, and I think how we would structure it, it would be when they apply for a building permit. And then as we want to keep the value on this revolving loan, there would be interest charged on the deferral. So the capitalization amount stays good, and also just kind of the county's general policy with its short-term cash management, that this chunk of county change isn't getting discounted in value. And so this would require a county ordinance. So I would come back with more details of the program. I would also put together guidelines so it's clear what the expectations are from the county to developers, so we're not wasting the developers' time, we're not wasting county staff time, and then also put together forms to make it a more standardized process. And then related, when doing due diligence on a fee deferral program, there is a program I think is appropriate for some larger scope developments, since the fee deferral, we're constrained by how much is in the revolving loan fund, and also there's just a certain level of expertise within the county. So there is this joint powers authority that's actually with the League of Cities and CSAC, and the county has been a member since 1988. This is the California Statewide Community Development Authority. We have not joined the Statewide Community Infrastructure Program. That would just require a resolution by the board. And we do have James Hamill on Zoom, who's a managing director at CSADA and can speak with much more authority on the program. So I'm just going to give a quick overview of it, very high level, and then I'll let James chime in. So there's currently 146 local agencies that are members. This is everything from counties, cities, special districts that participate in this program. CSADA assumes the underwriting and the risk for these programs. For SCIP, the Statewide Community Infrastructure Program. So just to give kind of a scope for what these projects would look like, it's generally $500,000 to $35 million in fees, public improvements, and facilities tied to developments. And this assessment with, if there would be an SCIP project, would only apply to those parcels associated with the development. So the developer would apply directly to CSCDA. It would come to the board, but they handle the administration portion of it. And then just another kind of note on scope. the general size for residential development is at least 100 units. A lot of times this program is utilized for master plan communities, but there's other utilizations of it. So an assessment could be paid back up to 30 years. And then another advantage for developers is this is tax exempt bond financing. So it's a cheaper cost of capital than they would usually be able to access, especially kind of smaller projects on the CCIP scale. And then there's two programs within CCIP. There's a pooled bond, which they kind of bundle projects together. And then 3 times a year, they do bond issuance. And then they also do standalone, and those are generally for larger projects. So I think at this moment, James, if you want to provide any additional comments, that would be great.
Ben, I don't really have anything else to add. I think you did a great job there. The only other thing I would add is that there's no liability to the county for the bonds that are issued under this program as a whole. So there's no liability that flows back to the county. And this is really a tool in the county's toolbox. So you still, as Ben outlined, have ultimate control over what projects can and cannot use the program. So just because you opt into this program does not mean that they do not come back to you and you ultimately have the say for them to participate. That's all I have.
Thank you. That's all I have at the moment. I'm happy to take any feedback and questions.
Questions from board members? Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just a question. I know that's not definitive, what you shared with us, because as you said, the next steps are guidelines and other things. But in the, and I'm just trying to go from memory here, in the list of type of housing, it felt very restrictive as to what we're incentivizing to be built rather than, and I know that it's maybe a relic of the past, and maybe I'm still living in the past, but I do know that there's still some projects that could be brought back to life that were subdivisions. Right now we're looking at multifamily housing. Not sure that, do we need some? Yes. Is that really our only focus, or can we use that as well for 20, 40 homes being built at the same time, like a subdivision would be built, not too long ago, as recently as before 2008?
I think if there's a way to structure it where it can be a single agreement for a subdivision development, I think that makes sense. What I'm trying to avoid is 40 separate agreements.
No, that would be horrible.
Yeah.
To me, it's one project, one subdivision, right? That's how it's been done before in the past. But I would love to see that on the list.
Okay.
Because we know from looking at our RENA score, what we lack the most is our medium income housing availability. And so that to me is something I would love to see as being on the list. My other one is the deferral was only Lake County specific, the county of Lake, us as an agency specific. And I'm going to ask a stupid question. Why just us? Because we are a special district. We have to put on a different hat that we are now the administrators of special districts. What about other public agencies? Because what I see is I've just put a red flag on a lot of my map as to where this incentive would actually work, where we offer both sewer and water versus, yes, we offer sewer, but we can also work with this water company in deferrals. Why not other public agencies? If it's private or mutual, I can understand that those things become a little bit more restrictive, but there's a lot of other public agencies that would be alienated by this program, which would alienate a large portion of the Lake County map if we do that. Is it possible to work in that way?
I would have to look more. I think it's a legal question first. What I've seen is where they have kind of the direct special districts under them, but I'm happy to investigate what's possible.
because we do have 61 water districts, unfortunately. And so, again, I'm trying to make the map be as bright as possible as to where we can incentivize building of homes versus really isolating it. And then the last one is, you mentioned fire district, which I thought was also a little strange because the ordinance we passed, we don't even collect the money. So yes, it's an ordinance that we have here. We're not the fire district. They're completely separate, but we're okay with and I'm not against it, but we're okay with giving them money when we're not even a pass-through anymore. They collect the money themselves. That's the way the new ordinance was written for us and that we approved. So why not schools?
So again, I would have to look legally into it. I think there is, generally when I've seen deferral programs and incentive programs, schools have been kind of sacrosanct. And I think that's more of a political consideration, but it's definitely, I can look in on the legal side.
Well, it is just a deferral. It's not a cancellation, correct? Yeah. So I'm just looking at all of the fees put together, keep mounting up, and I'm just looking to see, can we implement some of those other fees into this program just because they all add up eventually.
That makes sense.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, for the schools though, I mean, I don't know. I think we should just stay focused on our fees right now. When you take your house plans around, you go to the fire department and you make your payment there. We don't even see it. But the schools, I think I don't even want to touch that. I think we just focus on our fees. But how are you tying this to our HAPE?
So I think there will be, when the guidelines are developed more, there will be language kind of explaining how these certain building types and how the inducement of development encourages housing construction. So there will be citations when the language is built out in the guidelines tying it to the HAPE.
Okay, thanks. Well, I really appreciate you bringing this, and I think anything that we can do to incentivize development is important for achieving the priorities that we have laid out in our HAPE.
Our local cities, are they a member of the CECETA? You said we weren't, but I don't know if you know.
We are, I don't know if Lakeport and Clear Lake are. We are a member of CECETA.
We are,
just
okay.
not a participant currently with SCIP.
Okay.
And that would just take a resolution to pass.
Okay. All right, well, I appreciate you also bringing this item. I think it's worthy of more work. And if there's nothing further from the board at this time, I'll open it to the public. And go ahead and state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Tom Lasik. Thank you, board. I think this is exciting. I just have some questions. Maybe it's too early to have them answered. You mentioned fire mitigation. Is that just, can you give examples of what would and would not apply? So, for example, making our roads 4290 compliant, even if they're not in the subdivision, or making roads that aren't necessarily in the subdivision but are impacted by the subdivision. Would they be eligible under this? Another question is it only for fees and permits? Is there other opportunities using these funds to improve our infrastructure that the developers would ultimately be using?
Hang on a second, just for
That's all my
info,
questions.
to direct questions to the board.
I apologize, yeah.
Not staff, and then.
Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you.
So-
So with that, I'll ask Ben if he's able to offer any comment to that.
So with the county zone program, I think we should just concentrate it on fees because there's a finite amount of funds and we just don't know the demand at the moment. I will say with the SCIP program, that can be used for public improvements that are tied to the development. I'm just concerned, if you have one public improvement that's tied to a development, that could eat up kind of the capacity of the entire fund, or even just part of that public improvement. And I think you would get more bang for your buck if you can kind of spread it out to multiple developments with fee deferral. It's going to be some ongoing conversations with the fire deferral fees. That's definitely something that I want to be in a good place with the districts and then the county with something that's realistic going forward. But I'm open to suggestions and seeing what we can make work.
Thank you, Mr. Rickelman. Is there any other public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there anything online room? No hands, so I'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. And there was no action, but it looks like Supervisor Sabatier has another comment.
Yeah, just I don't disagree that schools might be a sensitive thing, but I still think bringing up the topic, and if there's interest, then there's ways to work together. If there's no interest, then we move on to the next possible fees. But I just think we should be looking at all fees and then reducing from there, not looking at specific fees and going from there, because all those fees can add up to $50,000 to $70,000 in addition to the construction and the purchase of the property if we're talking residential. And so I just think, why not start at the very top and slowly cut out what's not possible for us to work with?
Yeah, so ultimately, residential growth is good for school districts and their finances. So they do get money, considerable money from the state per student. So I think it's just kind of engaging them and thinking through that balance, seeing if they're willing to participate.
Thank you. Anything further? Nothing further from the board, it doesn't look like. Do you need anything else from us?
Not at the moment, so I'll come back with a more detailed proposal and then with the draft ordinance and guidelines.
Okay, thank you. So that will conclude our...
And then there might actually be a request sometime in the near future to also join SCIP.
Okay, thank you. So that'll conclude our 2 p.m. item. The next item is our 6.14, but we're 8 minutes away. So we're going to be in recess for 8 minutes. Call the meeting back to order. We're going to move on to our 6.14, our 2:30 item, which is consideration of presentation on cannabis policy update process. And before we start a presentation, I'm going to ask the board if we may have consensus for continuance of this item because our chair here, Supervisor Crandall, is not available. I did talk to him late last week, and I think that it's in our interest with this topic that we have all 5 supervisors here. So I want to ask my colleagues if that's okay.
I agree. I
Okay.
think he needs, I believe he asked.
All right, yes.
So I think we need to.
All right, we have consensus to go ahead and move that, but I'm going to open it up to public comment for only whether or not we're going to continue the item, not for any discussion on the actual staff report or anything like that. So does anyone want to comment regarding whether or not we should continue this item? Not seeing anybody in the room. Do we see anything online? Not hearing anything online. It looks like we might have comment, or no? I don't see anything, so we'll go ahead and close public comment, and we have consensus to continue that. I don't know if I said I was proposing November 4th, but that would put us in a position to have 5 supervisors available. If we can fit it on that agenda, I think that would be best. So, and Maria's, our Director Turner, I'm sorry, seemed in agreement with that date. So thank you. We're going to go ahead and close that item. And we're going to go ahead and move into our...
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Can I just ask a question? It's not possible at all to do it any earlier than November 4th?
I don't believe so because we have a supervisor that's going to be leaving at noon on the 21st. And there is no way to get it in the morning because we have some pretty significant items on the agenda. And then we don't have a supervisor on the 28th.
And the reason I ask is because if I understand correctly, the idea is that on November 20-something or whatever it is, there's an ag advisory committee, and that is where it's supposed to be presented as far as a potential ordinance changes. Am I incorrect on that? And I'm just wondering if there's enough time between whatever is decided on November 7th and that date, or if we're just continuing to postpone further and further. So I'd just like to get clarification on timelines, because I feel November 7th is too long. And at one point, whether there's 4 of us or not, I think we just need to have the conversation. I mean,
Director Turner, are you able to provide any comment?
Sure.
To that concern?
I think that we'll still be fine with our timeline. The direction from the board so far has been clear enough that I can continue working on the draft ordinance. So it won't hold us back. We can present it to the Planning Commission on November 13th, then to the board that following week. I had been under the impression that we were having an Ag Advisory Committee meeting at that last meeting in October for this specific matter, in which case we'd just get their recommendations and keep going. But that was me not anticipating any significant change in direction given by the board other than what's already on the staff report today, which has all been derived from board meetings.
So there's an ag meeting on the end of October?
I thought so, but I just saw November 27th in a recent email before, so I hadn't had time to follow up with the agricultural commissioner. But
Is it October 27th?
well, I saw November 27th in an email, but I'll follow up with the ag commissioner.
It's scheduled for October 27th.
That's what I have down.
Excellent.
Yeah, so then we'd be looking at hearing this back on November 4.
In which case, I'll just incorporate any additional recommendations from the Ag Advisory Committee for you as well. But it won't stop the timeline and the development of the ordinance itself.
And it was my belief in talking to Director Turner yesterday about this, that she did have clear direction from the board that she can continue. Us not giving any further direction today wouldn't slow her down in any of her moving forward on what she's doing right now.
and I guess part of that is slightly confusing because what's on this agenda item that we're proposing to continue is vastly different than what direction was given just recently, which was much smaller of a
scope.
Specifics of what to change. And so if she's going to work, she's not going to be working based on our direction. She's going to be basing on what it is that she is proposing, I'm guessing, which then it gets very convoluted. So
in order to draft today's agenda item, staff did parse out what would necessarily require more additional environmental analysis versus what we felt comfortable with moving forward with now. And so I guess I'm not really going into today's agenda item if we're going to continue it to November 4th. But that is why the items that are listed as what we can go forward with right now are cited as such.
And the reason I had felt that way is because I think the board said, go back and work on bringing us anything that doesn't require environmental review. So,
but I'm happy to present it to the board whenever the board wants.
all right.
We move forward at this moment the way it is.
So we move, so no change in your,
I mean, I can't really change anything if we're not talking about it. I'm just confused about timelines and getting this done. And I don't remember what I said 2 hours ago specifically, and I haven't watched the video to say exactly what their direction was. My recollection was I mentioned at least 3 or 4 things specifically, and now we have a list of about 20 different things. And so, but that requires a discussion.
Your 3 things are definitely in that list.
Oh, I saw that.
all right, well, I think we still have consensus to go ahead and move it to November 4. Thank you. Go ahead and close that item. And at this point, we're going to move on to our closed session temporarily, which is our 8.1 item. That is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, which is FERC the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission proceeding number P-77 Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We just returned from closed session. Was there any action to be reported out of closed session?
No action to report.
Thank you. So at this point, we're going to move on to our 6:15 item, our 3 o'clock item, which is A, consideration of staff review of Sonoma Clean Power Joint Powers Agreement. B, conceptual introduction of draft enabling resolutions and ordinance for the county to join Sonoma Clean Power, and possible direction to staff. No action will be taken on Part B, discussion and possible direction to staff only. With that, I'll turn it over to our administrative office for any presentation.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. First, I want to thank you and all who attended and engaged in the Tuesday, September 30 joint workshop with the cities of Clear Lake and Lakeport and Sonoma Clean Power. It was a valuable session and great to see the governing bodies of Lake County come together. The memo attached to your agenda today includes observations made by County Council on review of the Sonoma Clean Power Joint Powers Agreement and some responsive comments received. Sonoma Clean Power has additionally committed to robustly consulting with tribes prior to commencement of service and reinforced their expectation that Lake County feedback would influence the GeoZone's processes moving forward should Lake County choose to participate. For clarity, no specific Lake County geothermal projects have been proposed by Sonoma Clean Power to date. Today's item seeks to gather any remaining questions that your board has surrounding Sonoma Clean Power. Staff's goal is for your board to have the information that you need ahead of potential decision-making on Tuesday, October 21. At members of your board's request, draft and enabling documents, those that would be required to provide an alternative to power generation with PG&E through Sonoma Clean Power and to participate in the GeoZone, were likewise attached to your board's agenda for your review and for public inspection. No action will be taken on any of those documents today, but we're happy to gather your questions and receive any appropriate direction to staff. While Sonoma Clean Power leadership are unable to attend today's meeting, they have committed to providing answers to any informational questions from your board as soon as possible. And you will recall key Sonoma Clean Power staff have made 17 trips to Lake County in recent months to raise awareness of their programs and offerings. You'll also be aware last week the Clear Lake City Council voted 2-3 against implementation, and the existing offer of service envisioned all Lake County jurisdictions moving forward together. Sonoma Clean Power's board is currently scheduled to meet next November 6. You will appreciate strong support, however, for participation from your board could prove pivotal to an alternative offer of service being extended by Sonoma Clean Power's board. And staff therefore want to be sure to route any remaining important questions and input the members of your board have and get quality answers. And I'd like to now also turn this presentation over to Benjamin Rickelman, Economic Development Focused Deputy County Administrative Officer, to provide some further background and analysis.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I put together this presentation building off the September 30th workshop. This is some additional thoughts regarding the economic impact of geothermal, specifically the permitting process and the discussion with AB 531 and the Energy Commission opt-out program. And then I think it's also important to take into context PG&E's plans in the upcoming years, since, well, either joining Sonoma Clean Power or not joining Sonoma Clean Power will have a major impact on the county. So I thought it would be useful, and it wasn't really covered in the working session, just the economic importance of geothermal with Lake County. I think an important thing to emphasize is that it provides strong economic mobility and stable, high-quality employment. A lot of technician positions kind of range from the mid 60,000s all the way up to 110, 120,000. And a lot of those positions do not require a 4-year degree. And then almost all positions in the geothermal field, engineers, management is 6 figures and above. Another thing I think is important to note is of any industry, you can't say it's guaranteed, but it's relatively immune from recessions. So it's a very stable form of employment. And I think that it's important to take into context with regards to Lake County, particularly with, we have a fairly high poverty rate, about 50% higher than the national rate, and a lower medium household income, and also a lower college attainment rate. So those positions that offer strong pay and are stable, but don't require a 4-year degree or higher, are of high value for Lake County. Another thing I think, just to delve into a little bit more, is geothermal is a CapEx intensive industry. So Calpine is currently the county's largest taxpayer. We've actually seen just a noticeable bump with the county revenue with their incremental project where they're adding 25 megawatts. So both on the property tax and the sales tax, it's really important. Another thing which isn't up there, but it's frequently a point of importance in economic development, is what we call tradable firms or export-oriented firms. So basically firms, businesses that are bringing cash into the local jurisdiction. There's only a finite amount of spending power here in Lake County. So anything that can inject capital locally is of strong importance and has strong multiplier effects. And then I think there was this paper recently issued from a Stanford professor that was trying to model out future geothermal projects in California, and he had kind of a medium estimated range of 130 to 200 million per project. So just to go a little bit more detail and build off the permitting discussion that happened on the 30th. So for locally permitted geothermal projects, if the county was to join Sonoma Clean Power, all the regulatory power would still be with the county, which includes if it was going through the locally permitting process, it would still have to get a major use permit. So any project would come to the Board of Supervisor for approval, and it would still have to go through CEQA for the production side of the permitting process. I do think it's advisable either way how this develops is for development agreements. If there was the county joining Sonoma Clean Power, that the county would still control development agreements for geothermal projects. And because they're so large and unique, I think the county should be crafting what the community benefits could be. And Lake County's already benefited a lot from that, from the geothermal royalties that have had a strong impact or enabled several different community projects throughout Lake County. So there was a bit of discussion regarding AB 205, especially with AB 531, so for context, just step back a second. So AB 205 came into effect in 2022, and it's a law now, and it allows geothermal projects over 50 megawatts to participate in the state permitting process. What AB 531 would allow is projects under 50 megawatts, and it's just not geothermal, and it's actually never been used for geothermal. I think that's important to note. Through a few conversations, I know several geothermal companies have looked at AB 205, and none of them have gone down that path. I think there's a few reasons for that. It's just kind of a level of competency with the Energy Commission. They have a very large mandate, and I don't think they have the staffing capacity to do it. Only 9 projects have submitted there. Primarily solar and battery storage systems, and they've only processed 1. they have a mandate from the law that they're supposed to do an EIR in 270 days, and they're not doing it. So I think a lot of companies in the clean energy space are deciding to go with the local permitting process. And that's what all geothermal projects in California have done since the law's been enacted. And then another area I want to cover, which didn't really get into on the 30th, but I think is important to take into context, especially when thinking about rates down the road. So the PG&E president has come out and said rates will be stable or even decrease through 2027, which definitely could be true, but how the utility process works for rates, for customer rates, is primarily driven by capital expenditure. And there's significant outlays that have been recently announced. So there's a 15% increase in PG&E's capital expenditure program that came out last week compared to the previous one. And then another thing that I think is important, it's a bit wonky, but in utilities they call it the total assets. So this is the part of the rate base that they can use for calculating rates. And that's going to be projected to be a 53% increase in 2030. And then PG&E also submitted a request for their ceiling for their total return of equity, which also can impact customer rates. So there's all these dynamics in play where we're already the second highest rates in the country, and there's these major expenditures that ultimately customer rates finance. There's also this national dynamic of this massive investment in data centers primarily fueled by AI. So currently in the PG&E service territory, they serve about 2 gigawatts of data centers, and there's about 10 in the queue, 10 gigawatts. Now, not all that's going to be built. That's just kind of how data center queues work, but a decent amount will. About 35 million in data center capex happened in 2024, and about 45 million is projected for this year. We could get into triple digits. Now, at some point, like the railroads in the 18th century or the internet infrastructure in the 90s and 2000s, it eventually subsides. But there's this major energy demand coming down the pipeline. And then just in conjunction with the Flashes project, CCAs have expressed interest in the Flashes project. It does possibly increase the likelihood of a suitable off-taker that would be a good partner with the county. So just touching on possible economic development benefits of the geothermal industry overall and its importance for the county's economy and then specifically the county government's tax base, kind of the nuances of AB 205, and then what we all face with PG&E in the future. And that's all I have at the moment.
Anything further, Matthew?
Not much further. Just wanted to just say we really look forward to your board's discussion and gathering and routing your remaining questions, as well as hearing from members of the public gathered here today.
Thank you. With that, I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, thank you for this. I've had a few private discussions with Sonoma Clean Power. I guess I was identified as a concerned individual, so they wanted to meet with me so we could have better discussions. And I'm appreciative of the information that County Council was able to put together. In hindsight, I wish we had postponed our September 30th meeting so that we can all kind of have a legal review of this at the same time, since this is a all or nothing situation for all of us to have that in our hands for the discussion would have been really valuable. But we're here today. And one of the things, and I hope County Council doesn't take this the wrong way, but one of the things that it starts off in the memo is delete the line that says County of Sonoma and the Sonoma County Water Agency. I think it's number 1. The title attached document should delete the reference. The reference is the valid reference. The JPA is Sonoma County and Sonoma Water. They are the parties to this JPA. Everyone else is just a participant, which is a completely different role that the parties play. And so I think that leads to more confusion for me because I never heard of Sonoma County Water being involved in this. Maybe I should have done better homework, but the information that I had, the discussions I had, never recognized Sonoma Water as being one of the owners of this JPA. And again, I've had 2 private conversations with SCP, and we've had 2 public conversations thus far, and this is our 3rd public conversation. They're not here today, which is too bad. And that just leaves me to pause. What I don't know is what I don't know, and what I do know is already still concerning me as to what's right in front of me. I've been having great conversations with Mr. Rothstein. I really appreciate you being a sound wall and a devil's advocate and more, just to keep me thinking and asking more questions, and that's greatly appreciated. But I feel what I have in front of me is the same situation that we dealt with in the Potter Valley project, which is, here's the big kids table, you're not invited. Here's the little kids table, this is all you're gonna get. And I'm not sure that, I mean, I looked at some of the JPAs that we're a part of. In the Area Planning Council, put together in the 70s, was simply Lakeport and the county. Here's how we're going to separate it out for equal seats and equal voice and equal concerns. And then in 1986, it was amended because the city of Clear Lake was formed in 1980. And here's an equal seat, and here's how we're going to restructure. There is no restructure. It's 9 members that represent Sonoma County, 2 members that represent Mendocino County. We discussed that there seemed to not necessarily be much of a interest in a proposal to more equalize the ability. And as I mentioned, Cloverdale, Sebastopol, Sonoma, City of Sonoma, all of those have 10,000 or less individuals in their cities, and yet they have 3 separate voting capabilities, plus the county. We're only being offered 2 votes or 2 members to be able to vote because the voting shares are slightly different. I feel like this is, there are some pros, but the way that Sonoma Clean Power has presented themselves, I keep turning over stones with new information, and I feel like I don't want to go into something that I find out somewhere later where I'm stuck in a 20-year relationship that maybe this wasn't a good idea. And if I'm going to go into a 20-year relationship, as they keep telling me that this is, maybe this should have been presented in a more transparent way. And one of the things that really tripped me up was, had we not asked a question about tribal land, we would be saying yes and forcing our tribal partners, our tribal neighbors, to do something that maybe they didn't even know was going to be put on them. And granted, maybe it seems simple to be able to opt out of things, which is what their letter says that they will do, but that's also saying, yeah, you'll be all right. And it's just, it's not, it doesn't feel like like they cared much about our relationships that we have here, if we're going to affect a relationship without even knowing that we're going to have an impact on our partners and our neighbors, and why that wasn't said to us. Yes, state law says they don't have to. That doesn't mean you don't do it. you don't have a conversation or you don't bring in everybody that will be impacted. So, I mean, last week I spoke with Matthew, Mr. Rothstein, and said, you know what, I see a little bit more pros than I do cons. I'd rather be in a better place rather than not. But as I see Sonoma Water being at the very top, I have seen them in action, and I struggle to be able to say that I have trust. This is a 20-year trust. This is not a JPA position. This is a mutual shareholder of sorts with a vote on certain things. And we can position ourselves because maybe we want projects to come from Sonoma Clean Power, and we're going to see 5 or 6 other agencies coming along with other power projects dealing with geothermal that have nothing to do with Sonoma Clean Power, and we can't stop those, and we're just going to have to deal with it one at a time. So just the information that's in front of us, where the limited authority is held in the hands of Sonoma County Water, where again there's a separation between what's a party and what's a participant, and the voting shares. I don't feel respected in the entry point of this process, and I'm struggling to move forward. And so Lake County doesn't deserve a seat at the little kids' table.
Go ahead, Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, so thank you for putting together the slide. Sorry, yeah. Thanks for putting together the slide deck and talking about the geothermal and the impact. But I think what's more important is we're talking about the choice for the utility, for the people that live here and for the businesses. And when you showed those slides with the investments that PG&E is going to make and the projected rate hikes, that's going to hit our people really hard. So thank you for pulling that together, because we really need to keep that front of mind as we're going forward with this. I don't think I entirely agree with Supervisor Sabatier. I think there are some ambiguities in the JPA agreement. I think County Council has brought some of these up. I appreciate them in the memo, but in our conversations, the sections are just highlighted, and I'm wondering if we could go over them one by one, because I don't really know why you pulled them out and what the concern is. And in our conversation, you explained it to me. But I think it would be helpful for our board and the public to understand where your areas of concern are and what level of concern they are. And if we can work through some of those ambiguities and look at the risk that maybe the risk levels that you're considering.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Pyska. So the main purpose of highlighting the specified provisions in the JPA in that agreement is to provide your board with the information of some of the more what my office considers to be more of the important provisions, more applicable provisions for your board's consideration in deciding whether or not to sign on to this JPA or participant. That is the main general purpose of this. And you can see it in these 10 items, which, some of them may be points of ambiguity. Some of them are actually to highlight some of the advantages of entering into the JPA. So I could walk through them with your permission, Mr. Vice Chair. I could walk through them very briefly to try to see why, on the reasons why I may have highlighted this for your board's consideration, because ultimately it will be up to your board's decision come October 21st to sign up on it. And some of which actually it was already raised by your board. I'll start with the first point, the title of that. So that Supervisor Sabatier rightfully pointed out that there is a distinction between parties and participants. The heading of the agreement specifies, quote unquote, by and among the County of Sonoma and Sonoma County Water Agencies. They're identified as parties. and that is to be distinguished in their definition section by who is a participant. So that is more of an ambiguity issue. I think in terms of function, all of the entities signing on to this contract are subject to the obligations designated by the entities of the contract, whether they're designated for parties or participants. They're all specifically referenced here. And so that was the whole point of raising that provision to point out that potential ambiguity, because the heading itself is just by two agencies, when as a matter of fact, there are plenty of other participants in that contract, in this JPA. So 2.5 expressly states that the power of the authority is subject, this is item 2, power of the authority is subject to the restrictions upon the manner of exercising power possessed by the Sonoma County Water Agency. That section also cites, I believe, a government code section that is 6509, which actually provides the restrictions upon the manner of exercising power possessed by not just one party, but all of the parties and participants, I believe, in that of that contract. And I could double check that with you. So again, that's another potential point of ambiguity. If you could let me just have a moment. So then I'll move on to section 3, which actually states that if a participant who has not agreed to assume an authority debt liability shall not be responsible, shall not assume an authority debt liability or obligation, and shall not be responsible in any way for such debt liability or obligation. That is one of the highlighted sections when it comes to if the county were to decide to become a participant here, and they have not agreed to assume a debt imposed on an authority, they shall not be responsible for it. So that is one of the debt provisions provided for by this JPA that presumably would be advantageous for a participant. And just for clarification, jumping back to number 2, it actually references Government Code 6509, specifically references, and I quote, such power is subject to the restrictions upon the manner of exercising the power of one of the contracting parties, which party shall be designated by the agreement. It goes back to that issue or potential issue under items 1 and 2 regarding the distinction being made between party and participant, because 6509 and the government code applies to the restrictions on the matter of exercising power by a party, but the agreement itself makes a distinction between a party and a participant. And if the County of Lake were to sign on this JPA, it would be as a participant, not a party. So that was one of the reasons, again, going back to number 2, why I have highlighted that provision. I believe we're on item number 4.
So Lloyd, it would be really helpful to also hear how you would advise us with these segments that you pulled out that give you concern.
As I've said, these are not necessarily points of concern.
Right.
These are highlighted points that may raise some ambiguities, possible risks, but also some other points that may be highlighted that would be advantageous for the county if they were to sign on.
Right.
I believe I made that preface statement at the beginning. It's not just all about risk on this one. I just pointed out item number 3, which is not a risk issue in my particular view, because it's a debt obligation that's actually references authority debt liability that the participant would not be responsible for. So I don't see a risk issue in that, but that is a highlighted provision that your board may consider if your board were to decide to become a participant in this JPA.
If there's something that really gives you heartburn, will you let us know? Because that's what I'm really looking for, is understanding clearly. Like, I understand everything you've said, but as we go through this, if there's something that you can advise us on, that would be helpful.
Well, yeah, so just generally speaking, to the extent that there would be legal advice that would be subject to attorney-client privilege, for one thing. So I'm trying to keep it in more general terms, certainly touching on areas of risk, but not necessarily making recommendations of whether or not something should be entered into by your board, because ultimately that would be up to your board's decision. My position here only allows me, my purview only allows me to provide the board with highlighted provisions so that your board can then make an informed decision, in this case, come October 21st, based on these highlighted provisions and beyond that, because I know there were other documents uploaded in Granicus with the proposed resolutions, 2 of them, and the ordinance as well. So if I could proceed further with this, with the other items, I believe we're on item number 4, which references section 4.7, which generally just allows the board of directors of the JPA to determine whether a municipality as a participant, or whether they could appoint an additional member to the board of directors. So that's more of a generalized, ability of the board of directors, or what the board of directors of the JPA can do. So without getting into detail, under item number 5, under section 4.7.3, it does get into when the weighted voting shares are applied. And that's, I think Supervisor Sabati alluded to that. For a clarification was made, though, on Sonoma Clean Power's response when it comes to the voting shares. And so clarification on the last part of item 5, I feel should be made, that in calculating what voting shares, the reference to the County of Lake, City of Clear Lake, and the City of Lakeport, where it would shall have 2, it's actually 2 seats is what's being proposed, not voting shares. The voting shares are actually, under the calculation, would be more than that once you apply the calculation. And I think Sonoma Clean Power has provided those estimated voting shares. Item number 6, it just designates Sonoma County Auditor Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector as the treasurer and the auditor for the authority, should the county decide to join as a participant to this JPA. So the access to that information would obviously come from the Sonoma County Auditor Controller and Treasurer, Tax Collector. 5.1.2, I believe, references the implementation plan. The latest version of that, I believe, has been uploaded in Granicus. It just provides the obligation of the authority to approve an implementation plan. And it also requires your board's authorization. That's referenced in these resolutions, should the board decide to be a member of this authority. Under item number 8, 7.1.1 allows for a participant in this JPA to withdraw upon 6 months with advance written notice. However, I believe it was already discussed quite substantively in the prior meetings that despite with the 6 months advance written notice to withdraw, the participant may be subject to either a waiting period or the penalties. That was covered by certain monetary penalties if they don't decide to do a waiting period. So that's for your board's consideration as well. Section 9 gets into, or Section 8.2 under item 9 of the memo gets into the indemnification and holding harmless, which the authority does agree to indemnify and hold harmless the individual, current, former directors, officers, and employees for any acts and commissions in the scope of their employment. And finally, on item number 10, 8.3, would apply those indemnification and hold harmless provisions by the authority to indemnify and hold harmless the parties and the participants. I believe that was also alluded to by Sonoma Clean Power at the last workshop on September 30th.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for bringing up the development agreements, Ben. And it's a conversation I had with you and County Council, making sure, and I think Sonoma Clean Power mentioned it in one of their letters, but we really need to make sure that if there is an opportunity from a developer that's presented to us, that we hold the authority to negotiate that development agreement and find those public benefit projects that have been really, really important, especially in my district. We have really benefited from projects, from the royalties. There's been a lot of things that have really bolstered up my community because of these old contracts. But I want to make sure that going forward, because I don't think that we've taken enough advantage of development agreements. And going forward, we really need to look at that more closely because there's a lot of opportunities. And I think that there's been times we've left things on the table. So if we're looking for something that we really want to do, we just hold on to that and we wait for these developers to come and we negotiate that into one of our agreements. I think that's how we start to implement some of the priorities that we just simply can't fund right now. And Lloyd, I think you had some recommended language for me to add that to the GeoZone resolution. And I have to, you have it? Okay.
It was in an email that I sent out. So it would be in the resolution because quite frankly, I didn't find it to fit in any of the other documents. I know there was some discussion of that on whether or not it could be applied. But since it applies to essentially potential projects that would occur within the designated GeoZone area, that language would be, the proposed language would be to add a section 3 to the I would just call it the GeoZone resolution. There was only 2 proposed resolutions here, and that would be the resolution pertaining to the GeoZone. And that section 3 would state that notwithstanding the foregoing, any proposed development of geothermal energy located in the jurisdiction of the county shall be subject to the county's review and approval under Chapter 21 of the Lake County Code, which would be the Lake County zoning ordinance.
Okay, great. Thanks. So I hope we can consider adding some language there. And then, oh, sorry.
No, I just have a question when you're done.
Okay. And then just one more point of clarification. The cities were not asked to join the GeoZone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And really, there's no area of their jurisdiction where there would be geothermal development, correct?
Highly improbable based on current information.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
So just a quick question on the language that Lloyd just read. So what I'm looking at the resolution right now in section 2, where it talks about the county joins the GeoZone with the understanding and based on the warranty that SCPA will not propose new geothermal projects within the county's current setback. So is that language in addition or replacing or?
It would be added language to section 3.
Okay, so this would stay like it is and that would be added
Yes.
potentially?
Yes, on this added language.
Okay.
Issue.
Okay. Supervisor Owen.
Thank you. I do have some concerns. Of course, I feel that we're kind of selling out a little short with what is being offered right now. And much like I believe it was Sterling had mentioned that we have these valuable resources. And how are we going to benefit from that? I'm looking at what they're offering right now as far as them supplying us the power. They're basically a middleman. And it's kind of a wash with the exception of, sometimes they're a little higher, sometimes they're a little less, but it's basically a wash with the exception that we're tied in for 20 years and not from the time that we start with them, but 20 years from the date that we want out. So once we decide we want out, then we're in a 20-year contract or it could be millions. Furthermore, they were able to give us how much it would be to buy out. That was a huge issue for me. So in order for me to support this, and mind you, I'm all about power, energy, geothermal, I'm all about it. But I think that we need to push this out just a little bit so we need to get a better deal. What we're going to do to be able to make profit or where the county can benefit from our resources. And that's basically what Sterling had mentioned. And I had just spoke with Mr. Tom Lasik earlier outside, and he had mentioned some ideas on that as well. If our residents can get a guarantee that the energy that they're bringing from the geothermal at a discounted price, enough to make it worth worth us doing it. But those are resources that the county needs to somehow benefit from. I was upset many years ago when many of the plants were built on the Sonoma County side because they're taking much of ours. They don't have quite as much of the geothermal, but they're able to use that. But Sonoma's actually benefiting from that. We need to be able to benefit from it here. I know in the meeting, I actually pushed kind of hard on whether or not they would be interested in taking on Potter Valley Reservoir if we are able to get some of the issues cleaned up, which I think we will be able to. I got a yes answer. I wouldn't be willing to sign on without something where we are somehow benefiting. Our county, our people are somehow benefiting. That's it.
Anything further?
Let me see. Let me check my notes. No, I got that in, so I think I'm good.
So one of my concerns with what we're focused on today was, thank you for bringing it up, that we want to try to ensure that our setback zone that our county has created years ago is respected. So I'm definitely in agreement with that language in there. The concern that maybe a lot of people don't realize is that with the current state law, somebody could come in and propose a project tomorrow that's within the boundary of our own setback. And if it's a project that falls within state authority approval, the state doesn't have to honor our setback, our ordinance. They do not. So that could be approved. In theory, something like that could happen. So I think I wanted to, talk a little bit about that because I'm not sure if everybody in the public realizes that. I know, we've had, I would say, a limited or a small amount of folks that have come to us that have spoke at these previous meetings or sent us messages, with the concerns about how future geothermal development might look and how it might affect our environment. And, I'm in full agreement that we want to, the environment here in the county is important to me. I want to make sure that anything we do in the future, that our environment is respected and that we don't harm that. I think that's highly critical. But at the same time, whether we're involved or not, I think that further geothermal exploration is going to happen, whether we're involved in the conversation or not. It's going to come forward. And I think the benefit that I see to us being involved in an agreement such as this, if this were to go forward, is that we are part of that conversation. We're part of a government authority that is potentially looking at, good future projects for our county. And so by being involved, I think we're going to have more ability to put input in and kind of, guide and move those projects toward what protects our environment while also benefits our county, because we do have to realize that, some development is necessary. To move our county forward. There's certain things that we need to look at. We got to provide jobs. We got to take care of our economy. All those things have to be balanced out. And I feel like if we're more involved in it, we're going to be able to push the right projects. And also, if we're involved in this, there's no projects even on the table, so you can't really say what it looks like. I see it as a conversation or a start of a process to where we're going to be able to go out and ask our members of the public what they think is right. We're going to get input from them, and I think that's what I feel like Sonoma Power has said. I've heard that several times. I feel like they're going to be committed to that. So that's kind of where I fall. I do want to make sure that everything's done right. to protect our county. We've got rich resources here, and that's where, you know, we really want to consult with the tribes too, is if we're developing a project, then yes, we need to be talking to them and getting their input. I'm all in agreement with the more communication with the tribal communities, the better, but you know, I don't necessarily see right now where we could have really, I mean, I guess we could have done better in talking to them about these meetings and stuff maybe, but they are members of the public too, and I feel like we put out a lot of public information. Anyone was welcome to come to meetings. We were at every town hall, we were at boards and city councils, but I'm in agreement that, you know, if we move forward, we've got to get the tribes involved, talk to them. In particular, I think the most critical discussion with them is going to be about where projects go, and if it's, you know, tribal ancestral land, then we definitely want their feedback. From what I've been hearing out in the public, unfortunately, people that don't oppose a project or that are in favor of it are not going to come in here by the masses and talk to us and give comment. They're not going to do that. But what I've been hearing and discussing with folks is, you know, they want at least to have the opportunity to have another choice on power. And they also think it's important that we be involved in the conversation on future geothermal projects. And if we leave ourselves out, you know, they have some concerns there that we're not involved. So that's kind of where I'm at. And lastly, I do want to, you know, I'm going to have to look to county council because I'm not sure, you know, how the paperwork's got to be adjusted or framed when we get to the 21st, because we're potentially voting on something that we don't technically have an offer on the table right now. I mean, we do, but based on how the offer reads, with Clear Lake voting no, that kind of changes the circumstances where I'm not sure what that looks like, but I did talk to county council about that, and you know, that's something that's going to have to come up on the 21st if, you know, we get to that point. But and I think that's all I had at this point. Did somebody else? Oh, your pen's up. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Again.
No, I'm absolutely in agreement that, and like I said, the geo zone is something I'm interested in. I just want to make sure that we have the best deal possible for that. For me, it would be easier if we separated out the two, them providing power and the geo zone. The geo zone I can get behind as long as we have a good and fair deal. But we just need to make sure that we're benefiting, that we're doing what's right for the county and our people. As far as the power, them supplying the power, I'm not feeling really good about that, in the essence that I don't like getting locked into 20 years, and I don't feel that that's a really good deal for us at this moment. It's kind of a wash, except for the 20-year. So, and also furthermore, as I had mentioned at the other meeting, is if something else comes along, as far as us getting with technology coming forward, or perhaps with the dam, if we need to do something about electricity, and we want to start doing something here within Lake County, I don't want to close that door either.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Oh, I
Or-
think I was.
Were you
I
next?
just want to respond.
Sorry, I missed
Yeah,
that.
that's
Go
all
ahead.
right, because I just, you know, I heard Supervisor Owen's comments, and I agree. You know, we need to make sure that we're getting the best deal, and you and I both know.
It's in our districts.
It's in our districts, and we understand probably better than anybody the benefit. And that's why I'm looking to add some more language so that we're in control.
I'm all for it.
Oh, yeah, of those developments. I don't want to be remembered as the board that let this go. Because of the long-term effects of saying no to a deal like this. It is a package deal. No deal is ever perfect, but we do have the ability to negotiate what's best for us. And on the power choice side, I hear some people say that a few percentage points is not enough. But that might be for a residential build. What about for our businesses that have a $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 a month bill? I want them to have the choice, because we have so many conversations in Kelseyville with our downtown businesses, and I see Weston's here, so I hope we can hear from him. All of my businesses in Kelseyville are just screaming. They are having to shut the doors because these utility bills are so high. And we will never, ever, ever in a million years have a seat at PG&E's table. So if we don't have this choice, then we're always going to be beholden to whatever it is they do to make sure their shareholders benefit from what happens here in Lake County. And that's what I really want to stay focused on, is making sure that we have that choice for our constituents, because the power needs are growing, as Ben just showed us, with these data centers that are going to consume all of the energy that's available. And it is going to make all of our rates continue to climb. And we have really small businesses here that don't have a margin to sustain themselves on these rates that just keep going up and up. So I know our conversation today is about these documents and the comments that we've asked for, and the comments that we've asked for around economic development too, so that we have a lot more information to make an informed decision. So I know we have some members of the public here. I do want to hear from them, but that's.
Can I respond to that really quick? Originally, we were talking about just the power, and that's when they attached the geozone. I didn't know that they wouldn't do the geozone without the power. I don't think we've asked about that, just for clarification. I don't, right? Is that correct?
Well, from what I recall, when we had the conversation last spring and Jeff was here, we asked that question, because this has been a conversation that's been going on for a really long time. They came to us, well, I think we have someone here that could probably speak to the history. We've asked multiple times to be allowed to enter Sonoma Clean Power. Since I've been on the board, they came to us and asked if we would join the geozone, and I think that was 21 or 22. It was several years ago. And they said, please, we're forming the geozone, please sign and be a part of it. And at that point, I said, I want to see it on your board. And they said, no, because you'll be making decisions for ratepayers in other areas. And we said, okay, well, we want to join Sonoma Clean Power so that our residents can have the benefit of the power that is generated in our county right now. Mm-hmm. Because right now, we don't get any of that power. It goes out of county, other places. So those are the things that we asked for. And then they came back and Jeff made the presentation to join Sonoma Clean Power. And the question was brought up, do we have to join the geozone? And at that point, I think that he said he didn't know. He said the board is going to make that decision. And so that was kind of a timing thing. I've heard it being called a bait and switch. I don't believe that's true, because I don't think that the board had put together the offer at that point. So we just didn't know.
And that's correct. When it went in front of the board, that's how the offer was formed. When it went to Sonoma Power Board, it was when that board made that decision.
Right.
Supervisor Sabatier, I believe you had. No. Okay. Do we have anything further from the board before I open it to the public? Doesn't appear so. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open this to the public comment, and for anybody in the room first. And please state your name for the record, and we'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Denise Rushing from Upper Lake, and actually I'm speaking first as a subject matter expert just to answer a few questions. Then I'd like my 3 minutes to start. Sonoma Clean Power is going to want to do geozones. That's one of the reasons they have approached Lake County. And they asked me a long time ago what it would take for Lake County to be interested in helping figure out what geozones were and how it would work. And I said, at minimum, from my perspective, the citizens of Lake County need to benefit from the energy. And I'll explain why when I give my public presentation, but they will want to do it, as will anybody else. And as far as a seat at the table, you have the seat which is approving the projects, unless the state takes that away from you. You have that seat always, no matter who is developing geothermal. You don't sit at the table for Chevron. You don't sit at the table for Shell Oil. You don't sit at PG&E's table, and PG&E is a supplier of last resort. They're really not interested in developing generation projects. They just have to have a portfolio because they are required to, and it's a lot of risk on their part. As a matter of fact, they like being the pipes and wires company because they know they'll get their money back. So all those other corporations that might come in to develop a project in Lake County, we Lake Countyans don't sit at that table, and we don't get benefit. That project, that energy is exported, and we don't get it. So that's kind of the context of the situation. And we've been at this for, I'd say 2 decades, but certainly 1 decade with talking about how we might form our own community choice aggregation and take advantage of the fact that community power is really valuable. The Navajo Nation, by the way, did solar as their community power, and they were able, because they didn't have to pay their grid for energy, they were able to fund schools and programs for their people. So there's a lot of money in it. A lot of money leaves our economy, our region, based on energy. In fact, when the study was done, when we did local economy, circular economy studies, food was one, durable goods was another, but energy was the big one. That's the money that goes out the door. It doesn't stay in Lake County unless we have projects here. So that's my, I'm happy to be the subject matter expert on some of this. I have a 40-year career in the energy industry, and I really worked hard as a Board of Supervisor member to try to get as much localization of energy as we could. We really did explore a lot of different things, including coming up with our own projects. And the best we could do at the time was to develop solar at county facilities. We couldn't really pull the money together or the expertise together to play as a CCA on our own. So if you don't mind, I'll come back during public input.
Public comment, do we have anybody in the room? You come up and state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Weston Seifert. I have the Saw Shop Public House in Kelseyville. I'd like to start by saying I'm really thrilled that we're having this conversation. For me, I kind of started down this journey in 2024, and I think it was the spring and summer of 2024, where I saw my energy bills from PG&E, top out at $8,000 a month. And that was during months that I had declining sales. We did not get any tourism last year. And I'm watching other business owners like post on Facebook and kind of shouting into the void, like, I'm paying $5,000 a month for power. I don't have the sales. I don't have any way to do this. PG&E, blah, 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 right? So I'm thrilled that we are having this robust discussion. It is so vital. Whether or not it's Sonoma Clean Power or not, I don't know. I mean, this is part of that conversation to figure out how we move forward. I do believe that we are at a point where no is not an answer, right? It is negotiation. It's figuring out what we need, how our county prospers, how do we get something out of it. But I think putting our heads in the sand and saying no is not right. We are, right, definition of insanity, right? We all doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. We expect that PG&E somehow miraculously their rates are going to come down. That's just not going to happen. We don't have a seat on on the board for PG&E. They don't care. It is that we are looking at how do we take control of our destiny. That is where we are at right now. How do we control, as a county, our destiny and take care of our citizens and take care of our businesses It is, for me as a business owner, I'm in now 3 years of declining sales. My sales from 2022 to current are down about 25%. My PG&E bills, on the other hand, are up about 20%. That is not a sustainable trajectory. And if you talk to your other business owners, I guarantee they're all in the same boat. It's not a sustainable trajectory. I think having robust discussion, figuring out how we navigate this, I will tell you, there has not been any other solution that I've heard of. I don't see other businesses or other corporations coming in with solutions to be able to support Lake County. So, it's everything comes with risk. But in 20 years from now, will we still be where we're currently at, or will we have grown? And that is, I do all of this for my kids. It doesn't impact me. It may impact my kids, but it's for my grandkids and for my, our collective kids and families to be able to have a place to stay and grow and have opportunity in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tom Lasik. I also want to thank everybody for the robust discussion and the clarification on some of the legal terms that are in the language. I think we can do better. A seat at the kiddie table is not true involvement, and it certainly isn't control. And the model that is being presented by Sonoma Clean Power is essentially that. We will be underrepresented. Saying that you're going to, we'll go talk to the tribes, that's not tribal involvement. That's more like tokenism, and it's actually quite insulting for Sonoma Clean Power to do that. I empathize with all the people that are complaining about PG&E's skyrocketing rates, and they are skyrocketing, and it's unconscionable that it's happening. But Sonoma Clean Power themselves says, we can't guarantee that we're going to do any better. And the how much better they've been able to do it is quite marginal. It's been a distinction without a difference. So what it boils down to really is the geozone conversation. And in the hearing, and I believe Jeff was sincere when he says geozones were off the table. In the findings of his feasibility study, he suggested putting it on the table, and his board told him, yeah, put it on the table. And since then, the conversation around geozones has gone from being something, don't worry about it, it's no big deal, to it's really the big deal that our community is very concerned about. Nobody here is against geothermal. It's how it's being managed, how it's being done. And I think you've heard over and over again that people are tired of our power going out and then us not getting enough of the revenue. There are other models. Sonoma Clean Power isn't the only CCA that's out there. There are other ways to do this that are better, I think, for the community. And I think the red flags are there. Every week or every time you have a conversation with Sonoma Clean Power, you find out something they said wasn't true. Now we found out that, the Sonoma Water and Power, or whatever they call themselves, is now in control. We've already given our YOLO our water rights, and now we're going to give Sonoma our geothermal rights. That should have been upfront. They should have been transparent. And the red flags aren't getting less and less. They're getting more and more. They said, it's going to be $20-50 million if you opt out. And then in the last meeting, they said, maybe not. I don't know, not quite sure. Then they said, we want you to commit to an idea of a geozone. None of that is clear. So I suggest that this is not the best deal for the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Turner?
Thank you. Mireya Turner, Railer citizen. Recently, my friend Kirk and I were at Ukiah at this really, really yummy restaurant, and he wanted to try to convince the owner to move into the vacant slot in Kelseyville so Kelseyville can become like the restaurant destination. And she said that she can't afford to. She can't afford to go to another community that's any smaller than Ukiah because they're just barely making it there. And her number one reason was the PG&E rates that keep going up. And we've seen doors close on all of our main streets due to that exact reason as well. And I know that me as a regular person, when I go home, I keep buying these new appliances that are supposed to be better for energy, but it doesn't matter because PG&E's rates keep going up. So, for a while it was breaking even, but now it's going up again. Community Development Department will maintain oversight of discretionary use permits for power generation facilities unless or until the state takes that away. And we are fully equipped and able to deal with that. I would really love to be able to take a look at a choice. How often do we ever get a choice? I've worked with a member of the board on Sonoma Clean Power for years through the League of California Cities, and endless stories over years about what a great thing that has been for their community. I'd love to be able to see if it's an option for ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody in the Zoom room first, Johanna? Hang on, Denise. I'm going to go to Zoom for a minute. Sterling, if you can unmute and go ahead and you can address us.
Yes, I definitely want to say thank you to Bruno. I definitely agree with you. This definitely needs to be stopped. So Lake County is not like any other county in California. We sit directly above Clear Lake volcanic field, the living magma system that powers the geysers, which is the largest geothermal complex in California and one of the largest in the entire world. Without that volcanic field, there would be no geothermal steam, no calpine plants, and no renewable energy flowing across the state. Lake County's resources is our legacy, and we must defend it. Now, Sonoma Clean Power is back on the agenda despite the city council voting no and the Eastern Town Hall submitting a letter confirming that the community did not want it. If Sonoma Clean Power is truly a nonprofit, why did public records say otherwise? The CEO makes over $500,000 a year. That's up 30% from 2022. The manager director of the power is making $42,000 a year. Chief Operating Officer is making $437,000 a year. These are public numbers, Transparent California's 2024 salary report. Meanwhile, customer accounts have stayed flat, nearly $231,000 since 2021. Yet Sonoma Clean Power's revenues jumped from $218 million in 22 to $275 million in 23. They still posted a $19 million operating surplus in 24, even after transferring $56 million into a rate stabilization fund. Let me explain what that means. According to the SCP's own audit, they actually made about $75 million in surplus last year, but they moved the $56 million into a fund, so the books would only show $19 million in profit. They called it a rate stabilization account, but in reality, it's an internal reserve that hides the full profit picture. Lake County's greatest treasure is Clear Lake itself, one of the oldest natural lakes in North America. We do not need to fill our scenic hillsides with solar panels and wind turbines. We already rejected the Walker Ridge wind turbine project, and for good reason. And not discussing these plans with our Native American people is shameful. This land is even more sacred to them than it is to us. Their voices must be a part of every conversation about the future. Lake County already leads California and much of the world in clean, renewable geothermal power. Let's keep that energy local, accountable, and secure in the community that lives above the volcanic that powers it. Because without Clear Lake Volcanic Field, there would be no geysers, and without Lake County, there would be no geothermal for California. So I want to make sure that that's very clear to you guys. I also emailed all the board members the information that I've came. I have talked to small business owners in Sonoma County. They do not like Sonoma
Hey, Sterling, I'm going to let you go a little bit over because that's what I've been doing, but just keep that in mind.
Okay, I'll make it very clear. I have talked to people in Sonoma County that are small businesses. They said that this has not helped them. Sonoma Clean Power did not help them in any way, shape, or form. So I really hope that you guys do take this into account and take into account that a lot of the community members from Lake County do not want Sonoma Clean Power, and we'd rather keep our own geothermal money here in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Sterling. And is there anybody other hands in Zoom?
Angela.
I'm going to go to Zoom another time. Hang on. I'm Zoom. Yeah, if you could hang on. Guest. Sorry to not be more clear on that. Guest, if you can go ahead and unmute and address the board.
Thank you, board. And thank you for having this conversation, Angela Ermel. So first I want to say that I agree with Supervisor Sabatier about Sonoma Clean Power not being completely transparent. Sonoma County Water's involvement is a significant concern. Also, the lack of transparency about AB 531 and Sonoma Clean Power's involvement. Supervisor Pyska, you mentioned that PG&E will always be sure that their stakeholders are making a profit and their rates will continue to rise, which I believe is true. In Mr. Rickelman's presentation, one of the things that didn't get brought up, it addressed potential increases, but it didn't discuss increasing distribution charges. As customers leave PG&E for other programs like Sonoma Clean Power, distribution charges are certain to rise. This could create a situation where Sonoma Clean Power becomes more expensive than PG&E as they have little to no control over the distribution charges. With regard to the geo zone, I kind of see this as putting a cart before the horse. In order to protect the county's interests and resources, we need to create a strong expectation and vision for alternative energy production in the general plan and local area plan revisions that are currently being conducted with the Lake County 2050 plan. Conversations about joining a geo zone should be conducted after the 2050 general plan and local area plans are completed and adopted. I don't feel that this is a decision the county needs to make right away. According to Jeff Cipher, Sonoma Clean Power would be open to trying again or postponing the vote. It would only push the start date out a little further, but they would rather have all parties comfortable with the agreement rather than having a split decision. So I just wanted to provide that. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. And is there anyone else in Zoom? No more hands. And I let folks go over a little bit because I told you could speak longer, so if you can try to keep that in another minute.
I do appreciate that. Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you to the board. You're asking very good questions. And I do appreciate that very much as a citizen, but also as somebody who has really cared about this project a great deal. I am aware that this is a complex matter, so I've try to put it into two buckets here. There's two decisions that need to be made, or actually, let's start with the generation. There's two ways we can benefit from the generation here in Lake County. One is at the approval of the projects, which we get no matter what, whether you say yes to this or not, we get to look at those projects and negotiate those deals until the state preempts us, which could happen, as has happened in large solar projects, for example. So that's one way, is that at the project level. The second is the energy can stay local because we are participating in the local generation of it, whether we have tribes proposing projects to Sonoma Clean Power, or whether we propose projects, or whether Sonoma Clean Power develops projects and they happen to be on the Lake County side of the line because there's some benefit to having them over here. Those things the energy from those projects, if it goes to Sonoma Clean Power, and you said yes to this, that the citizens would benefit from those rate reductions. Now, there were a number of comments that people have made in the last couple of meetings that there's just so many misconceptions and things that are just incorrect. It would take a long time for me to go through the whole list, but part of what I'd like to do is a little bit different right now, and to just try to convince Bruno and the citizens that spoke against this to actually change their minds.
Okay, we're going to need you to wrap up
Okay,
quickly,
so
Denise.
I'll focus on the two or three that most matter here. Let's just wait is one of them. We can get a better deal from SCP. That may be true, or you could get no deal from SCP, and then you'll be, just as we always have been, without a choice here. So if I go real quickly through the
Was that 1 minute?
Yeah, the geo zone is not a project, it's a
We're going to
conversation.
have to wrap up, Denise.
Okay, well,
I thought I gave her 1 more minute.
I thought I got 3 minutes as a citizen and then 3 as an expert.
Well, but she wasn't part of our presentation.
Okay.
And I wasn't aware
Well,
of that in the
I will. I'll write up a white paper for y'all. But there's a series of 6 or 7 misconceptions, things that are absolutely not true. For example, PG&E does not. They're not in the generation business. They're in the pipes and wires business.
Yes.
So when they lose generation customers, they're actually kind of glad because they don't take the risk on the spot market for us.
I think send us another email. Thank you. Go ahead, Margot, if you could state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Board. Margot Kambara. Thank you for this opportunity to air out concerns and aspirations for our community when it comes to energy, because we need energy for growth, we need energy for health. Choice of energy source is good. How can anyone argue about that? As Mr. Seifert, one of our previous speakers, noted, this is time to take control of our destiny. And as you heard from the comments from the public, this is a momentous decision, a huge decision on your shoulders. Between Supervisor Pyska and Supervisor Owen, we recognize that this is the decision of 2 decades. Not just any commitment to Sonoma Clean Power, but how it will change the trajectory of the county and the businesses and our children and our children's children. How survivable will this community be? So, as one of our previous speakers also alluded to, this is a perfect time to give this subject serious consideration as when we're doing our general plan, as we're working on our local area plans. Let's study this. And I don't mean just kicking the can. Let's set timelines. Let's identify deliverables. Let's come up with a workable plan, a real plan where Lake County is in the driver's seat to develop its geothermal resources. Not no, not in my backyard mentality, but let's take control of our destiny. Let's manage our natural resources responsibly. And let's do it for the benefit of Lake County and keep that energy in the county for the benefit of its residents. I urge you, let's make that general plan work for us. Let's make it work and the local plans too, so we can protect our lake and have our geothermal setbacks honored. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot. Do we have any more folks that haven't spoken in the room that wish to speak? Not seeing any. Was there any more in the Zoom room? No. Okay, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and bring it back, close public comment, bring it back to the board for any further comments or possible direction to staff as appropriate, if there is any. Supervisor Pyska?
We keep hearing that we're giving away our geothermal rights. And I just want to ask all of you, that isn't happening. That isn't in any of these documents. We are going to be looking, whether we do this or not, at development agreements. Any land use agreement with a power company is going to be with that private property owner. So we just keep hearing it, and that is inaccurate information. And as we heard, there are some other misconceptions that keep flying around. So I'm looking forward to your white paper. I think that'll be really helpful. But we do need to do what's best for us. And so I did recommend some language be inserted in the resolution for the geozones to kind of tighten that up a little bit more, so I just wanted to see if there was consensus to have that added.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
And I agree with your comment. It's kind of like water rights. If you buy a piece of property and there's water underneath your property, like you put a straw in there, boom, you have access. Nobody owns, we don't even own the rights to geothermal underneath the soils. But what we do own is the rights to vet projects and go through the process, which the state can completely overhaul and will once there's a desperation for energy. There's also some conversation, and while I appreciate the presentation from Mr. Rickelman, talking about PG&E in the midst of this, I think makes it really confusing, because it's not going to hurt anybody from being on a CCA. And the 43% or 53% increase is going to happen to no matter if you have CCA or not, because PG&E is still the bulk of your bill, because that's the delivery portion. You may have 2 to 7%, which is what they were saying. In fact, I think they said we were a 0.5%, or they are at 0.5% less than PG&E costs for their overall bills, because they don't specifically speak about the generation; they speak about the entire bill. But that's still, you're still going to experience a 50% increase. There's a much larger problem. So CCA is not a solution in the sense of my energy bill won't hurt me in the future. No, your energy bill is really going to hurt in the future. We all have to figure out a much better way to do this. I have my reasons for my position here. I'm not all the way off to the deep end where there's no way to come back. Again, with my conversation with Mr. Rothstein, it's been really good to go back and forth, because this is a 20-year investment, and I don't know where we will be in 20 years. I don't know what electricity will look like in 20 years. I don't know if PG&E will have corrupted the system so that these things can't exist anymore in 20 years. It's really hard for me to be 100% on this, but I have more questions than I have current answers. And I also wish that the delivery method was done in a different way. Because it does seem like there has been a bouncing ball in trying to keep track of what else are you giving me today versus everything being put out up front and very open. And that may not have been the intention, but yeah, I don't disagree that there is some misconception or misunderstanding to this, but don't think this is the solution to eliminating your electricity bill. It may decrease it compared to where it is when it lands, but it's still going to be the same similar problem as it is today.
And it may be a little bit more.
And it's possible that 2 years out of 10, as was shown, that it might be, I think it was 2% maximum that they experienced, that it could be more. But yeah.
I do want to see the additional language on our setback in there to protect, with, if we move forward with an agreement with Sonoma Power, I want to make sure that that additional language, so that's my opinion, I'm in agreement with that.
I would like to have more, I need more education. I need to know more about it, the ins and outs, to be honest. So I will be looking at it this week. I would love to meet with you. And if you could kind of help guide me a little bit on this, and I'm going to be meeting with other people between now and then, but I need to educate myself more as far as what we can ask for, what's appropriate, what we could be looking at. So I just need to educate myself more on it.
I think, we have the next 2 weeks to do outreach and talk to folks and hopefully hear more from community members. And also, Sonoma Power has committed to be available over the next 2 weeks to answer questions from board members.
I had asked him at the last meeting to meet with them and kind of go over more of the geozone.
With that, is there any further from our board? I think we had consensus on the adding in the our setback language. Yes, County Council.
Yes, just wanted to make sure that there is that consensus. I heard from two.
I believe I heard it. I saw it, but
I think it's better to be there than not be there. So
yeah, so I think that's at least 3 that are.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah, so I think we have all of us that are consensus on that. Just seeking if there's any further direction that the board wants to give the staff at this point, or not hearing any, then I'm going to go ahead and close the item as it was, there was no action to be taken today. So the item's closed, and that concludes our board meeting at 4:33.